Good afternoon. We're back on the record on docket 2025-323E. We are still taking testimony. One thing that occurred to me and to other commissioners is that it's so hard when you're being questioned here to speak into the microphones. Please feel free to move them so that we can hear your responses a little better. They're portable. You can move them any way you want. But please make sure when you answer that you speak into the microphones. Mr. Ziegler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Powers. At this time, the joint applicants would call to the stand Sean Randall and Richard Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Randall, if you raise your hand, please. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Randall, please state your name and your business address for the record.
My name is Michael Sean Randall. Business address is 220 Operation Way, Casey, South Carolina, 29033.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Dominion Energy, South Carolina. I'm the Vice President of Gas Distribution and Customer Experience.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony consisting of 17 pages that was previously filed both publicly and confidentially with the Commission in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And are there any changes or additions to that pre-filed testimony?
Yes, there's a change to the pre-filed testimony.
And is that redacting page 11 starting on line 15 through line 17 of that testimony?
That is correct.
All right, sir. And if I ask you the questions that are contained in that corrected testimony today, would your answers from the stand under oath be the same?
It would.
Chairman Powers, at this time I would move Mr. Randall's pre-filed direct testimony into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony will be placed in the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Randall, did you also...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ziegler, could I ask a question on what was just the change that was made? Was the redaction making it confidential or removing it completely?
It was removing it completely because I think it was, while not specified in the Commission's order, I think it was more consistent with that order not to have that language there. So, Mr. Randall, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision one exhibit to the pre-filed testimony, Exhibit MSR1, which is submitted confidentially, that was previously filed as an attachment to your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And are there any changes or additions to that exhibit?
No, there are not.
Chairman Powers, at this time I would move that Mr. Randall's direct exhibit be marked and entered into the record while preserving the confidentiality of it.
All right. The pre-filed exhibit of witness Randall, identified as MSR1, is marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 9. The confidential version of this exhibit shall remain confidential unless or until the Commission rules that such information is not entitled to protection from public disclosure, or if the requesting party agrees such information is no longer confidential or proprietary.
Chairman Powers, Mr. Randall, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I have.
Would you please deliver that to the Commission and to the parties?
Good afternoon, Chair Powers, Vice Chair Williams, and members of the Commission. My name is Sean Randall, and I'm employed by Dominion Energy, South Carolina as Vice President of Gas Distribution and Customer Solutions. Fueling the Kennedy's joint resource reliably and cost-effectively will require DESC and Santee Cooper to hold firm natural gas transportation capacity, linking the Kennedy site to commercial natural gas trading hubs with robust supply options. DESC has entered into 2 precedent agreements for upstream, long-haul interstate natural gas transportation back to such major trading hubs. The first precedent agreement is for participation in the South System Expansion 4 project, an expansion project on the existing Southern Natural Gas Pipeline, which links back to major gas-producing fields in Gulf states and Texas. The next precedent agreement concerns Mississippi Crossing Pipeline project, which links Southern Natural Gas to diverse gas supply hubs supplied by natural gas fields in East Texas, the Haynesville Shale, and the Appalachian Basins. Both projects are being developed by partially or wholly owned subsidiaries of Kinder Morgan. In March of 2025, DESC executed a third and final PA for an expansion project to secure firm natural gas transportation from the existing Elba Express pipeline near the Georgia-South Carolina border to the Kennedy's Joint Resource Site. It's called the Bridge Project. This expansion will also be a Kinder Morgan project and will complete the route to Kennedy Station while also providing access for additional gas supplies for other customers in the area to support and sustain economic development in this region of the state. DESC is participating in these projects as an anchor shipper, which provides important price and contractual protections, including a first right to any interim capacity that is available early in the expansion process, protection from reduction in capacity during an open season, first opportunity to participate in future expansions, and most favored nation pricing. Construction and siting activities related to all three of these interstate natural gas pipeline projects are under the exclusive regulatory jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Before project developers can begin constructing these expansions, they must receive approval from the FERC in the form of a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. In accordance with the Natural Gas Act, FERC has the authority to approve the project if it finds that projects are in the public interest. The timing and availability of additional natural gas transportation capacity to be provided by these projects fully supports the construction schedule for the Kennedy's resources, but those schedules remain subject to federal approvals by FERC and therefore ultimately are outside the direct control of DESC, Santee Cooper, and South Carolina policymakers. These projects will result in major expansion of natural gas supplies into the state of South Carolina. As part of the selection process for capacity to deliver natural gas to Kennedy's, DESC and Santee Cooper issued a request for proposal in compliance with the requirements of order number 2018-804 and received competing offers from affiliate companies of both Kinder Morgan through the Elba Express Company and Berkshire Hathaway Energy through the CGT Company. Ultimately, Kinder Morgan's bid for the bid project was selected because the proposed rate was significantly lower than the alternative. Kinder Morgan offered to construct a 30-inch pipeline with the potential to be expanded from 325,000 decatherms a day to 1.2 million decatherms a day, a firm capacity if additional capacity is needed in the future. In addition, Kinder Morgan's route has less environmental impacts than the alternative. The FERC pre-filing process for the Elba Express Company's bridge project expansion is expected to start in the third quarter of 2026, and the project is anticipated to be placed in service the second quarter of 2030 to support the initial testing of the Kennedy's units. The 325,000 decatherms a day of firm transportation capacity to the Kennedy's plant site in Colleton County will be assigned as follows. Kennedy's station itself contracted for 290,000 decatherms a day. Of that capacity, DESC intends to assign half that capacity, 145,000 decatherms a day, to its project partner, Santee Cooper, representing its contemplated ownership position in the generating plant. The remaining 35,000 decatherms per day of capacity will flow into DESC's LDC in the southern part of the state. Sharing capacity in this way allows DESC to maximize capacity utilization and lower the overall cost of service to each customer group, both electric and gas. In conclusion, DESC has negotiated firm gas transportation entitlements with interstate pipelines on favorable commercial terms and schedules, which will connect Kennedy Station to multiple robust natural gas supply markets and will bring the needed natural gas transportation opportunities to areas in the state of South Carolina where access to such capacity is currently lacking. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony consisting of 24 pages that has been pre-filed in the record of this document?
Yes, I did.
And are there any changes or additions to that pre-filed testimony?
No, there are not.
Might I remind you that that testimony, I believe we are redacting page 14 through line 5 and through page 23 through line 2 as a result of the Commission's directive dated April 9, 2026. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for the reminder.
Oh, my pleasure. Apart from that redaction, are there any other changes or additions to your pre-filed testimony?
There are not.
And if I ask you the same questions contained there today, would your answers under oath from the stand be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Randall's pre-filed rebuttal testimony, as modified to redact the material just mentioned, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, recognizing that there are both public and confidential versions that have been filed with the Commission.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony as redacted will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand. The confidential version shall remain confidential under the same tenets as stated before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Randall, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal
Exhibit
testimony?
number 10.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, no exhibit on that one. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I have.
Would you please provide it to the Commission and the parties?
My rebuttal testimony responds to the testimony of CCL SACE witness Holtings and Smead concerning their proposals to fuel Williams with LNG. Witness Holting proposes that DSNC abandon its plan to construct Kennedy Station and instead convert Williams Station to operate on natural gas from the hypothetical LNG facility to be located adjacent to Williams Station at DESC's Bushy Park LNG facility. This proposal is entirely infeasible for multiple reasons. DESC does not have meaningful quantities of LNG storage, liquefaction, or vaporization capacity that could be made available for use at Williams Station. Expanding the existing Bushy Park LNG facility to support new LNG storage facilities requires significant acreage and setbacks for safety requirements and containment structures, and that land is not available in that area. Wherever located, the LNG facility itself would be enormously expensive. The available pipeline capacity in the area would not support delivering the required natural gas to be liquefied, and a plant expansion project a pipeline expansion project all the way back to long-haul pipelines in Georgia and the upstate of South Carolina would be necessary. The cost of liquefaction and vaporization make LNG an expensive fuel. In sum, witness Holting's and witness Smead's proposal is unworkable for reasons of cost, lack of suitable LNG siting, lack of access to natural gas supplies for liquefaction, and the impracticality of using LNG as a primary fuel source for a critical generating facility like Williams. This concludes my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Mr. Kirkpatrick, please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Richard Kirkpatrick, and my business address is 1 Riverwood Drive, Moncks Corner, South Carolina, 29461.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the South Carolina Public Service Authority as its Director of Energy Supply.
And Mr. Kirkpatrick, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony consisting of 9 pages that's been pre-filed in this docket?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No, sir.
If I ask you the same questions that are contained in that direct testimony today, would your answers under oath from the stand be the same?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Powers, at this time I would move Mr. Kirkpatrick's pre-filed direct testimony into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Did you answer yes as far as any changes? Did you have any changes to your?
No, sir. I do not have any changes.
Okay. The pre-filed direct testimony, Mr. Kirkpatrick, will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Would you please, have you prepared a summary of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Would you please deliver that summary to the Commission and the parties at this time?
Good afternoon, Chairman Powers, Vice Chairman Williams, and members of the Commission. My name is Richard Kirkpatrick, and I am Santee Cooper's Director of Energy Supply. I have submitted direct testimony on behalf of Santee Cooper in this docket, which confirms that Dominion and Santee Cooper have secured the firm natural gas transportation needed to fuel the Kennedy's joint resource through a series of pipeline expansion projects. I also explained the work Santee Cooper and DESC performed with respect to gas procurement and gas transportation. DESC worked with us in a cooperative and transparent manner, and we appreciate their partnership. Mr. Randall has discussed the pipeline expansion projects in detail, and I will not repeat that testimony. However, I want to briefly discuss Santee Cooper's role in the daily procurement of fuel for Kennedy's. Dominion will be the party responsible for procuring the natural gas supply necessary to meet scheduled power volumes. Santee Cooper will determine its own dispatch needs and provide its gas schedule to Dominion every morning. Santee Cooper also will be responsible for approving supply offers that Dominion receives as part of its procurement process. Finally, I want to emphasize that the pipeline expansion projects for the Kennedy's joint resource will be beneficial to the state. They will provide resiliency, optionality, and diversity as it relates to natural gas delivery, and this will translate into greater value for Santee Cooper, Dominion, and our state. This concludes my direct testimony summary.
Chairman Powers, at this time, the panel is available for questions from the parties and the commission.
All right, Ms. Mixon. While you're getting up there, let me go ahead and announce that all commissioners except Commissioner Henley are present in the hearing room and that Mr. Henley is virtual.
Good afternoon, Mr. Randall, Mr. Kirkpatrick. I have just a few questions for both of you. Mr. Randall, the Elba Bridge pipeline is FERC jurisdictional. Is that right?
That's correct.
Meaning that FERC will ultimately decide whether the pipeline moves forward or not. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you did specifically discuss your position on the economic benefits of the gas pipeline in your direct and rebuttal testimonies. Is that right? I can point you to some examples if you would like.
Certainly, I
Okay.
discussed the selection of that project over the other alternative project, yes.
Okay. Well, so just as one specific example, on page 4 of your direct testimony.
All right, I'm there.
You state that sorry, I may have had the wrong page number. 1 second. Okay, well, let me just read a quote. Do you recognize this portion of testimony? This expansion is also a Kinder Morgan project and will complete the route to Kennedy Station while also providing access for additional gas supplies for other customers in the area to support and sustain economic development in this region of the state.
Yes, I believe I said that.
It may not have been on page 4 of your testimony. Apologies. And in your rebuttal testimony, and I believe this is on page 13, lines 7 through 16, although lines 10 through 16 specifically, where you say that witness hoteling and witness Speed's proposal would not result in additional natural gas capacity brought into the Charleston area. And then at the end, it says, and instead, this alternative proposal would put in jeopardy an energy infrastructure and energy corridor project of exactly the kind the South Carolina Energy Security Act was enacted to support. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it says.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, you're saying that approval of the Kennedy's plan is necessary for the Elba Bridge pipeline to move forward. Is that right?
This is the anchor load for that project. That's correct.
Sure. And the existence of an anchor tenant is generally one of the main ways to demonstrate the need for a pipeline at FERC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, setting aside whether there may be a need for a different pipeline project, if there was not a large gas plant being proposed at the Kennedy site specifically, like there would not be an Elba Bridge pipeline in its current configuration, would there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kirkpatrick, you also discussed the growth opportunities the pipeline would provide in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And again, setting aside whether there may be a need for a different pipeline project, since you discussed the benefits of the pipeline and how the Kennedy's plant would help secure those, you would agree, wouldn't you, that the environmental harms from the pipeline also wouldn't take place if this plant wasn't approved?
Not aware of any environmental harms, but associated with this pipeline.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, could you speak into the microphone?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any environmental harms associated with the Elba Bridge project.
Okay. And the use of eminent domain for that pipeline, that also wouldn't take place if the plant wasn't approved. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any eminent domain issues associated with that pipeline either.
You're not aware that the pipeline is going to require the use of eminent domain?
That's not something that I'm familiar with.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to switch gears quite a bit here. Mr. Randall, the precedent agreements that the company signed with the various pipelines, those cover transportation on those pipelines, not the cost of the gas itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain a bit what that distinction is?
Sure. So essentially the investment that Kinder Morgan's making to build the bridge project is being recovered through a demand charge, a monthly demand charge. So that's paying for the physical infrastructure. But in addition to that, we have to purchase the commodity that will be transported to the plant site. So there's two components to the rate.
Okay, thank you. And so just to make sure it's clear, the company will be paying a price to transport a certain capacity on the pipeline, but then they also have to pay for the gas that is transported. Is that
That's correct.
Thank you. And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that the precedent agreements don't lock in a price for that commodity for the plants? Is that correct?
That's correct. They do not.
And so Dominion has to pay what the market asks for the cost of the fuel itself. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Dominion passes those fuel costs on to customers 100% through annual fuel proceedings. Is that right?
We do.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that the global LNG market can have an impact on fuel prices in the United States?
Hypothetically, it could, but I think we're seeing a good demonstration of that today. So we've got some conflict going on in the Middle East right now, which has dramatically affected gasoline, diesel prices. If you look at the pump at a gas station, you can see the dramatic swings we've seen. However, LNG is not tied to that same international market. In fact, natural gas prices have stayed somewhat stable here in the U.S. Throughout the conflict. So it's possible that some type of international thing might cause a problem, but we're not seeing it in practice.
Thank you. That's a good segue into some of my next questions. I was going to ask you to confirm that so far the war has not had a significant impact on domestic gas prices.
Yeah,
Is that right? LNG exports were substantially above contract levels in 2025. Are you aware of that?
It's not something I track. No.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I was not aware of the levels.
Are you aware of the fact that there are a substantial number of new LNG facilities that are slated to come online through the 2030s?
Again, I don't track the LNG construction market very closely.
Okay. So then you're not aware of any increases in the volume of LNG that have been exported to Europe or Asia from the United States?
I'm not aware of it, but of course, as I mentioned a moment ago, we haven't seen any kind of pricing impacts as a result of increase in exports. So I don't see it as a current threat.
Okay. Well, would you agree with the statement generally that the more connected that the U.S. gas market is with the global market, the more that U.S. gas market prices move toward global prices?
That's not the case today, as we're observing it. I guess hypothetically, in the future, if there was more LNG export capacity, that could potentially be the case, but I think it would take a number of years to build out significant LNG export capacity before it would begin to affect us.
Okay, but you're not aware of whether LNG capacity is currently being expanded.
I'm not aware of any specific projects.
Okay.
No.
You would agree that there are a lot of other utilities that are building new natural gas facilities in the Southeast.
Absolutely.
And I understand that there are pending projects that would bring additional gas capacity into the region, but generally speaking, as demand goes up, costs go up. Is that right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And if prices do go up more than expected, Dominion is not the entity that has to pay for those costs, is it?
So commodity prices do flow through, as we mentioned earlier, through the fuel hearing annually.
Yep. And so at least not for very long, because as you said, Dominion can recover those costs annually, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so Dominion's essentially insulated from those fuel cost spikes and from fuel cost volatility, isn't it?
Those prices, again, we just covered it, they flow through our annual fuel hearing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mixon. Sierra Club?
Good afternoon. I have just a few questions for witness Mr. Randall. So, Mr. Randall, you would agree that the estimated total cost of the joint resource as of today is $5 billion, right?
Yes.
Does the project's $5 billion cost estimate include the costs of procuring gas from the 3 new pipeline projects that would be built to serve the joint resource?
It does not, no. Those pipeline projects will be constructed by Kinder Morgan, so they're making that capital investment to build those pipes.
Thank you. And looking at page 6 of your direct testimony, the total cost of the MSX pipeline project is approximately $1.7 billion, right?
That sounds correct.
And the projected cost of the South System Expansion 4 project is $3.5 billion, right?
I think that's the number we had at the time of filing the testimony. Nope. Yep, that's correct. Sorry.
Okay, the number hasn't changed.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The projected costs of the bridge project are $431 million, right?
That's correct.
So the total cost of these 3 projects is around $5.62 billion, correct? Subject to check.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And even though you're not paying these full costs, this is actually even higher than the current estimated cost of building the joint resource, correct?
That's correct.
So the joint applicant's ability to operate the joint resource depends on the independent construction of 3 different gas pipeline projects, right?
That's our plan. We're participating in these 3 projects to get gas there. If something were to occur, there's other options, I think, potentially.
Okay, is that discussed in the record or in your testimony?
No.
Okay.
I may have misunderstood the question. Ask it one more time.
Okay, sure. So I was asking, so the joint applicant's ability to operate the joint resource depends on the independent construction of 3 different gas pipeline projects, right?
Yes.
Thanks. But none of these 3 gas pipelines has been constructed yet, right?
That's correct.
The earliest anticipated construction date for 2 of these pipelines is the first quarter of 2027, which is almost a year from now, right?
Ask that one more time. You say in-service date?
Oh, no, the earliest anticipated construction date for 2 of these
Start of
pipelines.
construction, yes.
That's when construction's starting, right?
Okay.
And the 3rd pipeline's not anticipated to begin construction until the first quarter of 2029, or about 3 years from now, right?
That's correct.
Since construction has not begun on any of these three pipelines yet, the estimated costs for construction could also change in the coming years, right?
It's a possibility, yes.
Like, for example, would you agree that supply chain delays could increase the total cost of these pipelines?
It could, however, we're in a fixed rate contract with all three of these pipelines. So we're shielded from those potential higher costs.
Okay. Okay, I think I was going to ask you questions about Dominion ratepayers bearing those costs, but it looks like Ms. Mixon actually covered all of them, so I will have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carolina Gas Transmission, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kirkpatrick, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. I had a couple of questions for Mr. Randall, but I didn't want you to feel left out. So,
Okay. Well, thank you.
Mr. Randall, if you would, I just want to ask you about a little bit of your direct testimony. If you would look at your direct at the question that begins on line 13 of page 14, and the answer continues through line 14 of page 15. And I just want to make sure I understand one part of that. You testified that the Elba pipeline would bring 325,000 decatherms per day of firm transportation capacity to the Canada site, and that of that 325, 290 is for Canada's, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other 35,000 is for Dominion's local distribution company, which, as Mr. Kassam testified yesterday, is further down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the idea is that on some occasions, when Canada's may be able to use more than 290, if the LDC is not using all of its 35, some of that 35,000 could stay up at Canada's for duct firing or whatever to improve the efficiency, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And if, on the other hand, if Canada's is down at some point, then more gas could flow down to the LDC so that they could avoid drawing down their liquefied natural gas reserves.
Yes, sir.
The thing that I didn't understand, the gap in this, how does the Elba Bridge pipeline comes to Canada's, so how does the gas get from Canada's to the LDC?
So there is a 230 kV electric transmission line that runs from Kennedy's to what we call Church Creek sub. It's in the West Ashley side of Charleston. We currently have, the LDC has a pipeline running north on that right-of-way, headed towards Kennedy's. Right now it gets up to Highway 17A, roughly, just short of 17A in Somerville. It's fairly close to the new Google data center that's out there. So we're on the halfway, part of the way out to Kennedy's. So between now and the 2030 time frame, when bridge is put in service, we'll finish the extension of that pipe from 17A out to Kennedy's.
When you say we'll finish, you mean the LDC would finish, or DESC would finish?
DESC will finish that interconnect.
Okay. So would that connection be an extension of the Elba Bridge line that would be FERC jurisdictional, or would it be an extension of the LDC line, which would be, I think, state jurisdictional?
That would be state jurisdictional. Okay. That is a distribution company pipe.
Okay. Let's see if I had, just trying to think through how the gas flows, it comes in. So there would never be any question of gas coming back up. It would always be just more or less gas going down, correct? In other words, 325,000 decatherms could come into Canada's, and then some part of that would stay at Canada's for its use, and then the remainder would go down to the LDC. There would never be any gas going down to the LDC that would have to come back up to Canada's. It would just be that it never.
It would not physically
Got-
work that
got
way.
it.
It's
Got
always
it.
going to flow towards the load.
Yep. Thank you very much. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Nucor Steel, Berkeley?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group,
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lauren V. Moody Stanfield, and John M. Burbidge.
Just a few. Thank you. Mr. Randall, have you provided any analysis about the environmental effects
I think we're gonna have to take just a minute. They let them get it straight in the back. Just hang on one second. All right, I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you for your help. Mr. Randall, have you provided any analysis about the environmental effects of the proposed Kinder Morgan pipeline to the commission?
I have not. Kinder Morgan's project is subject to FERC jurisdiction, and they'll go through the NEPA process, which requires them to submit an environmental impact statement.
Yeah, I understand the NEPA process. I just wanted to know if you had provided any additional information to the commission. Okay. Do you have any understanding or know why the joint applicants worked with Kinder Morgan to develop a wildlife corridors mitigation?
I did not work closely on that project, but I think it was just to be good corporate citizens, just to help establish wildlife corridors.
Do you know what the mitigation was designed to address?
I do not.
Do you know why the joint applicants were working with Kinder Morgan on that mitigation project?
Well, we've selected Kinder Morgan to serve this project, so we've been working closely with them to help establish contacts in the community. We went with them to introduce them to Colleton County and Hampton County councils. We've participated or showed up for their public meetings. So we're doing all we can to help them start off the project right. So I'm imagining this was part of our effort to, partner with them to be good corporate citizens.
Okay. Do you know whether the mitigation project was designed to address some unavoidable environmental effect from the proposed gas plant, the pipeline, or both?
I don't think that was the intent, but I wasn't directly responsible for that mitigation project.
You stated on page 11 of your pre-filed direct testimony that Kinder Morgan's route has less of an environmental impact than a route proposed by Berkshire Hathaway.
I did, yes.
Would you please explain again the basis for that conclusion?
Berkshire Hathaway's route leaves the Jasper facility, kind of goes through Yemassee. It parallels I-95, sometimes north, sometimes south of 95, all the way up to the Kennedy site. And if you were to look at let's say Mixon's Ace Basin map, that route kind of slices right through the middle of the Ace Basin. Kinder Morgan's route, in contrast, is much further north, coming through Hampton County, near Estill, just south of Warrenville, and crossing across over to Kennedy's. Much more upland areas, farmland, less wetland, and as Mr. Kassan mentioned earlier in his testimony when he talked to the Ace Basin Task Force, they pointed out that apparently there's a large population of gopher tortoises as well that lies right in the route that Berkshire Hathaway's pipeline was proposed. So, there was a number of things that just pointed to the fact that Kinder's route is just preferred from an environmental impact standpoint.
Have you personally done, or any of your colleagues to your knowledge, done any analysis of potential environmental effects of this area called the Carolina Bight that I've described earlier? And I can name the rivers. This would be the Beaufort, Chessie, Colleton, May, Pocatello, Tullafinney, Whale Branch rivers, and the Calabogie Sound and Port Royal Sound.
I have not, but again, Kinder Morgan will do a EIS, prepare an environmental impact statement for FERC.
But the joint applicants have not?
We did not.
Okay. Are you aware of any potential impacts or crossings that would of the pipeline that would affect the Salkehatchie River?
I'm trying to remember which one's the Salkehatchie River. I know they're crossing Savannah, Coosahatchee.
It's my understanding there would be a crossing of the Salkehatchie.
So the crossings, the river crossings, Kinder Morgan plans to horizontally directionally bore all those major river crossings, which means they'll set up in an upland area well above the banks of the river, and they'll bore well under the rivers and come out on the other side to avoid disturbing the river itself. So I would imagine any impact would be very minimal.
Did you know, or do you know, that the Salkehatchie River flows into the Cumbie River?
I'll take your word for it.
You can't take my word for it. And are you aware that the Cumbie River is part of the Ace Basin?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt. In his responses just now, Mr. Randall repeated some of the testimony that they had agreed to withdraw because it addressed some of the material that was stricken from Mr. Vermeulen's testimony. I'd like the opportunity to recross Mr. Randall on those issues alone.
Well, if we could eliminate that, yes, please.
Thank you.
I'd say go this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Randall, you just commented on the environmental preference that DESC had for the Kinder Morgan proposal and described the CGT line as being parallel to Interstate 95, running adjusted, et cetera. That was on page 21 of your rebuttal testimony, which the parties had agreed to withdraw. So I'd like to ask you about that just a little bit. If you look at lines 4, I'm on page 21, lines 4 through approximately 10, excuse me. So those, the pipeline CGT proposes to upgrade generally runs parallel to Interstate 95, and while it may run adjacent to existing rights-of-way, those rights-of-way cross environmentally sensitive areas in the Ace Basin watershed. CGT's initial proposal entailed installing pipeline compression with new compression stations located along the route. In its last and final bid, CGT proposed to increase capacity. The existing lines that you're talking about, the existing rights-of-way, are those a currently installed CGT transmission line?
It's correct in that CGT's transmission line follows our 230 kV power line in the same corridor.
So the CGT line would not involve any further fragmentation of the Ace Basin, would it? It would still have the same line going across it. It wouldn't be bifurcated in any other way, would it?
So yes, you got an existing pipe there, but you're going to be paralleling that existing pipe. I think Mr. Staten described it pretty well the other day. Looping, essentially, you're going in and typically expanding your existing right-of-way with either temporary workspace or permanent additional right-of-way. You're cutting in a trench.
I understand the ground.
Installing a new pipe parallel to, so it would impact the Ace Basin. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, I understand that the construction would open the line, open the dirt, put a pipe in, close the dirt back up.
Right.
But on a going forward basis, there wouldn't be an exposure to pipeline underneath an additional track. It would be following the same traverse that CGT already does. Isn't that correct?
Are you saying you're not acquiring any additional new right-of-way?
No, I'm not saying it. The great thing about going to law school is I ask questions, I don't answer them.
Okay. I guess my answer would be, I think you're going to acquire some additional right-of-way, which is new tract, and you're going to put this new pipe adjacent to your old right-of-way or old pipe. So I guess my answer is yes, you're going to be increasing your impact on the Ace Basin.
After construction, the line that the proposed CGT proposal, that this preferred proposal would have had, would follow the existing CGT transmission line, correct?
Correct.
The Kinder Morgan line would be a new transverse of the Ace Basin, correct? Let's make an assumption. Assume that it is inside the Ace Basin. We'll go back to Ms. Mixon's questions from yesterday. If that is indeed inside the Ace Basin, it would be a new traverse of the Ace Basin, correct?
So the Kinder Morgan route is going to follow Santee Cooper's 115 kV line across most of Colleton County, which is where most of the Ace Basin, if there are any, which they'll be minimal, that's where most of the Ace Basin impacts could be. So they're following an existing utility right away as they come through there, similar to what you're describing as a CGT situation.
Except that, would you agree that an electric transmission right-of-way and the disturbance created by an electric transmission right-of-way is different from what it would be for a gas transmission right-of-way that necessarily involves going underground?
You're talking about during the construction process?
During the construction and afterwards.
They are different in the fact that you're only installing a pole periodically, but you still have to get the equipment down the right of way. So, you know, if you're building an electric transmission line through a wetland area, you've got to go in there with matting, timber mats, so that you can actually move your construction equipment up and down the length of the right of way. So, in that regard, it's very, very similar. You're not opening a trench, but you still got to move equipment down through that right of way to install the poles, pull the wire. So very similar.
And if you have to go back later, you're not digging a trench.
You're not, but you still got to get into the right of way, right? Which is often requiring matting.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions? All right. Got off easy.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
I was expecting a question.
Green. Went to the restroom. We'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay. Maybe we should all hide while he's gone.
Had to send corporate security out.
My apologies. I thought I was going to be smart and take a break before in case y'all didn't take a break while you asked questions.
I think the word would be depends. You may proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Powers, at this time, the joint applicants call R. Scott Parker and Christopher M. Wagner to the stand.
Mr. Parker, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Wagner, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Starting with Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, please state your name and your business address for the record.
Scott Parker, 220 Operation Way, Casey, South Carolina, 29033.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Dominion Energy, South Carolina, Manager of Transmission Planning.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony consisting of 30 pages that was previously filed publicly and confidentially with the Commission on December 15th, 2025 in this docket?
I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chairman Powers, at this time, I move that Mr. Parker's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Parker will be entered the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Parker, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony consisting of 21 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on March 4th, 2026 in this docket?
I did.
And did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision corrected rebuttal testimony consisting of 21 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on April 9th, 2026 in this docket?
I did.
What changes were made?
I don't have that in front of me. There was on a specific page the word not was missing and should have been there, so we added the word not. I don't have the specific page and line number.
All right. Beyond that particular change, do you have any additional changes to your pre-filed corrected rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions here today as reflected in your corrected rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chairman Powers, at this time, I move that Mr. Parker's pre-filed corrected rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed corrected rebuttal testimony of Mr. Parker will be in the record as if given orally from the stand.
All right.
I think he also had one exhibit.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to that, Chairman's Powers. Mr. Parker, did you prepare a summary of your corrected rebuttal testimony?
I did.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Lost my place here. I'm sorry. Mr. Parker, going back to your direct testimony, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision one exhibit to your pre-filed direct testimony, Exhibit RSP1, submitted confidentially in redacted public form that was previously filed as an attachment to your pre-filed direct testimony with the Commission in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your exhibit?
No.
All right. Chairman Powers, at this time, I move that Mr. Parker's direct exhibit be marked and entered into the record while preserving the confidentiality of those portions of Mr. Parker's exhibit that were filed under seal.
The pre-filed exhibit of witness Parker, identified as RSP-1, is marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 10. The confidential version shall remain confidential and under seal until the Commission rules otherwise.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
I have.
Would you please deliver that at this time?
And I believe we have a PowerPoint or so, okay, that I'll direct your attention to while I give this summary. Good afternoon, Chair Powers, Vice Chair Williams, and members of the Commission. My name is Scott Parker. I am employed by Dominion Energy South Carolina Incorporated as Manager of Transmission Planning. From a transmission and grid reliability standpoint, the Kennedy's Joint Resource is exceptionally well located. Electric loads are growing rapidly in DESC's Charleston, Somerville, and Mount Pleasant service areas, while the majority of DESC's generation resources are located in the northern transmission region, specifically around Columbia. That slide 1 demonstrates the location of our major resources. As a result, there is a significant imbalance in generation and load in the Charleston area, as shown here. Next, The next slide shows the comparison between generation and load in the Charleston and Columbia area. Approximately 80% of the generation in the Charleston area is located in one unit, which is Williams Station, which is a coal-fired unit built in the 1970s. Managing the transmission system in the area is already difficult and becoming more difficult as the area grows. These factors create a major benefit to system economy and reliability from locating new generation assets in the Charleston area. The Kennedy site is already a major transmission hub with multiple transmission lines and rights-of-way radiating out from the site towards Charleston and Summerville in particular. This existing infrastructure minimizes the transmission upgrades otherwise needed and makes Kennedy's a very cost-effective location. Additionally, new generation at Kennedy's will support necessary upgrades of the transmission lines serving the Charleston area, and more than half of the identified upgrades to support Kennedy's will replace lines on older wooden structures that would be scheduled for replacement anyway due to their 50 to 60-year age. The new lines will be on unguyed steel monopoles with much greater resiliency and wind resistance than the structures they will replace. The 2024 TIA estimated the cost of electric transmission system upgrades for DESC to be approximately $202 million. That's in 2024 dollars, excluding on-site electric transmission interconnection infrastructure and identified upgrades that were consistently identified in earlier TIAs identified and are also consistent with the DESC's operating knowledge of the facilities that limit service into the Charleston area. The consistency of these results gives DESC assurance that the transmission upgrades that have been identified and priced in the TIA are accurate and complete. Nonetheless, in modeling the Kennedy's project for this proceeding, company witness Neely assumed a transmission cost of $315 million in 2024 dollars, which is approximately 50% increase in the 2024 TIA estimates. The upgrades necessary to interconnect Kennedy Station to the company's electric transmission system have two aspects. One, interconnection facilities which are constructed at the Kennedy site, and two, network upgrades which are needed elsewhere on the system. The interconnection facilities for Kennedy's are included in this proceeding and include a new jointly owned 230 kV switchyard, which is called the Edisto River Switchyard, and a new DESC-owned 230 kV to 115 kV substation, the Colleton County Substation. Completing system upgrades is forecasted to take approximately 54 months from the date that a large generator interconnection agreement is executed. DESC's 2024 DICES cluster study includes the Kennedy's resource. 2 phases of that study are complete, and no material inconsistencies with the results of the 2024 TIA have been identified. DESC and Santee Cooper expect to complete their combined affected system study, and DESC will complete its facility study by the end of 2026. No inconsistencies with the 2024 TIA are anticipated. All of these studies are conducted under DESC's open access transmission tariff and FERC mandated procedures. DESC is confident that transmission construction will support the plant's commercial operation schedule. However, if necessary, one or more of the blocks of generation from the Kennedy's joint resource can operate pending completion of transmission construction using provisional interconnection service or under specific operating guidelines. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you. Regarding your corrected rebuttal testimony, which I think has previously been omitted, have you prepared a summary of that?
I have.
Would you please deliver your summary at this time?
The analyses presented by CCL, SACE, Witness, Canaan, and Hodling are skewed and misleading, first of all, because they assume that Williams, an over 50-year-old plant, can be converted to natural gas using LNG. They then keep Williams online in their modeling, ignoring the critical need to site new generation in the Charleston area and to improve transmission into Charleston, needs which become more acute every year as load in the area grows. Witness Hodling's and Canaan's approach is simply not feasible in any way from a reliability standpoint. In addition, their transmission analysis contains serious analytical flaws which make their conclusions unreliable and inaccurate. CCL SACE witness Canaan testifies that it is possible to add 732 megawatts of new natural gas generating capacity at the Jasper station site without significant costs or upgrades. But DESC system operators and planners know for a fact that the Jasper area is highly constrained today. Careful investigation revealed that witness Canaan created available transmission capacity at that site by assuming that the 1,000 megawatt Jasper station, which is among DESC's newest, most efficient, and most intensively used generating stations, is mostly, almost entirely offline at the time of system peak, a situation that would never be accepted as a planning assumption on DESC's system. Witness Canaan's analysis also finds that there is unused transmission capacity available to support new generation at Urquhart. But DESC's system operators and planners know for a fact that is not the case. Witness Canaan's analysis assume that solar is generating during winter peaks, which occur before sunrise, and that Saluda Hydro, which is held as a spinning reserve, is running on peak, and that transmission operating limits are set in winter, while heat loading in summer is often the limiting factor. These irrational and unreasonable assumptions allow him and witness Hodling to justify their proposals. Among other things, their proposed alternative plan would do nothing to improve transmission capacity into the Charleston area and would locate additional generation 100 miles or more from where it is needed. Their plan does not represent a meaningful alternative to the Kennedy's joint resource. Witness Canaan's criticisms of DESC's planning processes are also misguided. He faults DESC for changing its assumptions and inputs between TIAs and related studies, but assumptions and inputs evolve as planning progresses, and failing to update them would be a problem, not a benefit for the analysis. DESC carefully follows the requirements of its open access transmission tariff as approved by FERC, which incorporates reliability standards for transmission planning issued by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, and its processes meet all applicable standards. Witness Canaan suggests that the joint applicants should wait until all transmission studies are complete before submitting an application for new generation under the Siting Act. Generation and transmission planning is by nature an iterative process with components pursued in parallel. Witness Canaan's proposal would only serve to delay, cripple, or kill critically needed generating projects. Regarding Witness Metz's testimony, reducing the proposed combined cycle capacity of the Kennedy's joint resource and replacing it with battery energy storage systems would not be beneficial and would not create lower costs or risks to customers. During peak summer load periods, DESC's customer demands can be 90% or more of the actual peak load for 8 to 10 hours of the day. A 4 or 8 or even 8-hour BESS resource cannot supply power long enough to address that kind of need, never mind the significant added load on the transmission system required to charge those batteries. In conclusion, Witness Metz, Hodling, and Canaan offer proposals that do not align with the operational realities or transmission needs of the DESC system. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I turn to Mr. Wagner now. Mr. Wagner, please state your name and your business address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Christopher M. Wagner. My business address is 1 Riverwood Drive, Monks Corner, South Carolina, 29461.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
South Carolina Public Service Authority is Senior Director, Technical Services.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony consisting of 21 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on December 15th, 2025 in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chairman Powers, at this time, I move that Mr. Wagner's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Wagner will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Wagner, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision one exhibit to your direct testimony, Wagner Direct Exhibit 1, that was previously filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, Wagner Direct Exhibit 1 shows the calculated geographic center of load and generation projected in years 2025 and 2035 for the Santee Cooper system.
Do you have any changes or additions to your exhibit?
No, I do not.
Chairman Powers, at this time I move that Mr. Wagner's direct exhibit be marked and entered into the record.
Pre-filed exhibit of witness Wagner identified as Exhibit 1 is marked for identification and placed in the record as Exhibit number 11.
And I'm going to turn to your supplemental testimony. Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision supplemental testimony consisting of 2 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on April 10th, 2026 in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed supplemental testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chairman Powers, at this time I move that Mr. Wagner's pre-filed supplemental testimony be entered into the record as if it given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed supplemental testimony of Mr. Wagner will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Wagner, have you prepared a summary of your direct and supplemental testimony?
Yes, I have.
Would you please deliver your summary at this time?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Powers, Vice Chairman Williams, members of the Commission. My name is Chris Wagner, and I'm Santee Cooper's Senior Director of Technical Services. In this proceeding, I submitted direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony on behalf of Santee Cooper. My direct testimony addresses Santee Cooper's ongoing generator interconnection study process for the Kennedy's Joint Resource, the interconnection facilities Santee Cooper plans, and the transmission benefits this resource will provide to Santee Cooper's overall system. With regard to Kennedy's, Santee Cooper completed a transmission impact analysis, also known as a TIA, as part of its 2024 IRP update. The TIA identified transmission additions that are representative of the scale of facilities necessary to reliably interconnect Kennedy's to the Santee Cooper system. In particular, the TIA identified the need to fold its planned Indian Field to Varnville 230 kV line into the Kennedy site, establishing the initial interconnection to the Santee Cooper transmission system, along with several other networked facilities necessary to reliably integrate the resource. The TIA identified cost of these additions in the range of $275 to $350 million. Santee Cooper has also included Kennedy's in its 2025 Definitive Interconnection System Impact Study, or DICES, which is a cluster-based study process consistent with FERC orders pertaining to generator interconnection processes and administered under our Open Access Transmission Tariff, or OAT. This study process is currently progressing, and as noted in my supplemental testimony, Phase 1 was recently concluded, and Santee Cooper estimated Santee Cooper's cost for transmission associated with Kennedy's to be approximately $238 million, which is lower than, but generally consistent with the TIA's range of estimated costs. Santee Cooper currently expects Phase 2 of the DICES study to be complete at the end of August 2026. Santee Cooper does not anticipate significant changes to the scope of facilities required to reliably integrate the joint resource as the study process approaches completion. My direct testimony also emphasizes the multiple transmission benefits the Kennedy's joint resource will bring to the Santee Cooper system. Kennedy's location will add efficiency from a transmission perspective, because it is in close proximity to areas of concentrated load growth, and it is most efficient to operate a system where generation is in close proximity to areas of concentrated load, reducing the future transmission needs as load in these areas continues to grow, reducing system losses, and improving reliability and resiliency. New and upgraded network transmission facilities in this area of the state will enhance reliability, resiliency to extreme weather events by providing redundant transmission paths to areas of large growth and an ability to withstand greater wind and ice loading due to their modern design. This concludes my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony consisting of 15 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on March 4, 2026 in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chairman Powers, at this time, I move that Mr. Wagner's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Wagner will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Wagner, have you also prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
Would you please deliver your summary at this time?
Sure. My rebuttal testimony responds to intervener witnesses' criticism of Santee Cooper's transmission analysis. They fault Santee Cooper for not having finalized transmission studies for Kennedys. However, for projects of this scale, it is neither prudent, practical, nor customary to complete every aspect of a transmission assessment before seeking Commission approval for the generation project. This is especially true here where Santee Cooper and Dominion intend to file separate future siting applications for the associated transmission facilities. Importantly, all studies completed to date have yielded consistent results, and the scope and costs of the identified facilities are reasonable based on our extensive experience planning, constructing, and operating the Santee Cooper transmission system. My rebuttal testimony also addresses witness Cannon's allegation that Santee Cooper's transmission cost estimates are uncertain or understated. While phase 2 of the study is ongoing, Santee Cooper believes its current estimates for transmission costs are realistic, conservative, and prudent. They also include escalation factors and contingency allowances to account for supply chain volatility and equipment lead times. Additionally, my rebuttal testimony emphasizes that a significant portion of the transmission projects identified, or projects of similar scope, will be needed long-term regardless of the existence of the Kennedys joint resource, and that these transmission facilities will provide broader system benefits beyond Kennedys, including an enhanced ability to interconnect additional generation resources in the area. Finally, my rebuttal testimony addresses interveners' suggestions about alternative siting configurations such as ERCOT. This testimony from interveners overlooks a few things. For one, Santee Cooper does not have transmission facilities at or near ERCOT, and constructing new ones along a direct route would present permitting and feasibility challenges. Additionally, the interveners ignore that transmission cost is not the standalone driver of and does not alone dictate resource siting decisions. Transmission cost is only one component of a broader integrated siting evaluation. In sum, Santee Cooper is not seeking approval for transmission projects related to Kennedys today. That will come in future siting proceedings. However, it can assure the Commission that sufficient transmission capability will be available to deliver the additional capacity and energy provided by Kennedys to Santee Cooper customers. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Chairman Powers, at this time, Mr. Parker and Mr. Wagner are available for questioning by the parties and by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelcher. Ms. Mixon.
Can you get through here? Good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, with that, a very graceful entrance. Never been over here before. Apologies, everybody. If you could just give me 1 minute to try and get my papers situated here. Oh, and there's not an. Does the Elmo still?
Yeah. Melissa says this is now functioning.
It's working now if you want to go back.
Over there.
Okay. I'm going to go back over there.
Okay.
Do you need help? You want me to help you? No. You're good? Okay.
Feel at home now. Okay.
Thank you. This is much better. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Parker, Mr. Wagner. I have questions for both of you, but I'm going to start with you, Mr. Parker, if that is all right. You have been manager of transmission planning at Dominion since 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the transmission impact analyses that Dominion has conducted in the time since you've been in that role?
Yes.
And were you involved in conducting those studies?
I oversaw them. My team did the studies.
So you can answer questions about the scope and the methodologies that Dominion used for each of those studies?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also generally familiar with the comments and concerns that stakeholders raised about the TIAs during their development?
I was part of some of those IRP stakeholder meetings, particularly where the latest TIA results were covered, and heard some of the concerns there. I can't say those were the main stakeholder meetings I was a part of. I can't say that every concern raised or question about those came to me otherwise, but I presume that had they raised questions about that, I would have seen them.
Okay, all right. And I know it's been quite a while since some of those comments were raised. I'll be sure to refresh your memory before asking specifics. Transmission was a pretty significant factor in why Dominion chose a Kennedy's location. Is that correct?
As we indicated, transmission is one aspect. There are many aspects that go into siting a resource like this, particularly being a brownfield site is a very big part of it as well. I would say that transmission, though, was an important piece, but certainly far from the only important consideration.
Right, but again, a significant factor. You would agree?
I believe so. Correct.
Thank you. And in your direct testimony, you discuss how siting at Kennedy's would take advantage of existing transmission infrastructure in that area. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. A quick question. Dominion and Santee Cooper's transmission systems are interconnected. Is that correct?
Highly.
Okay. And what does that mean when you say highly? How much power can be transmitted between the two systems?
Well, that question, how much power can be transmitted between each system, is not a single answer. That often comes up between utilities, is how much power can be transferred between one utility and the other. That number changes all the time. That changes, every time SCADA comes in, every 4 seconds when we get fresh data, those numbers would change because the systems, all utility systems are very dynamic. I can say that, and I believe Mr. Kassam, if I'm not mistaken, or one of the previous witnesses showed our interconnections, or what we also refer to as tie lines between DESC and other utilities. And I believe we have 19 out of, I think, approximately 30 tie lines. 19 of those are with Santee Cooper. And I can just say, though, the current capability, carrying capability of those lines in MVA, which is typically the, or megawatts as we typically refer to them, is in the thousands.
Okay, thank you. I had just a general question about transmission infrastructure and retirement of resources. So let's say that you have a generation unit online and you're planning on retiring it and replacing that capacity. There's already transmission, presumably available, that can handle capacity from that plant. Is that right?
Are we? I'm sorry. Are you speaking? This is generally or specifically about Kennedy?
This is generally.
Okay.
And I'm talking about a unit that would be retired, so not the Kennedys, the proposed Kennedys plant.
Correct. Yes. Where a site is currently, a plant is currently in operation, yes, they have been studied and are operating, so they have interconnection rights and transmission capability, or they would not be.
Okay. And if you were replacing that capacity, and you cited generation at that same location, that may be a way to save in transmission upgrade costs that would be needed. Is that correct?
Yes, and in fact, we've done that by replacing older, as we refer to it, peaker modernization. We have retired older units at Bushy Park and Parr and soon Urquhart, using that same principle, but putting much more efficient and newer generators to replace old ones under that same principle, that those are already have transmission capability and interconnection capability. So therefore, and in fact, there is a fast track process for that.
Okay. Thank you. You would agree that Williams is closer to the load center of Charleston compared with the Kennedy's plant, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to kind of walk you through some of these different TIAs that Dominion has conducted leading up to this proceeding. You would agree that the initial study identifying Kennedy's as a site for new gas generation was the 2021 TIA that Dominion conducted for the 2021 coal retirement proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that was and I'm sorry, can you repeat? I want to make sure that I heard your whole question. Can you repeat it one more time?
Sure. So the initial study identifying Kennedy's as a site for new gas generation was the 2021 TIA that Dominion conducted for the 2021 coal retirement proceeding before this commission.
I wouldn't say it was one of a number of sites studied in that initial 2021 TIA. If I recall from that study, it of all the options, and that I should clarify was I think it was the initial TIA for both us and Santee Cooper had subsequently did another one. So they were considering multiple generation options to replace Winyall. So there were a combination of choices that they evaluated, locations, and that we evaluated, and those results in that initial TIA were reported based on sort of those various considerations. But Kennedy's was one of those and came out, as I recall, the cheapest in terms of, one, transmission costs, upgrades, two, no new right-of-way needed, and three being hand in hand with two, the quickest to construct of all the options considered.
Okay. Thank you. And I will be walking through those the cases that were studied. Okay, so this is from page 4 of that TIA. I'll give you a moment to review the first paragraph of that. I don't think we need to read all of it.
Yes, I'm familiar with that statement we put together and led with in our first TIA, basically describing that the order that the commission had told us to study coal retirements, and that it was allowed under FERC regulations to do this kind of planning, basically for long-range planning outside of the OAT, the interconnection process is basically what that says.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm, you would agree the purpose of this study was to evaluate replacement options, assuming the retirement of the Williams and Watery coal plants. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
Okay. The TIA evaluated 5 cases. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And so just walking through each of these. So case 1 has Watery retiring in 2025 and being replaced with a 200 megawatt storage, with 200 megawatts of storage plus 200 megawatts of solar, and contracting for 200 megawatts of off-system purchased power. And then it also retires Williams in 2028 and adds a 534 megawatt 1x1 at Jasper, an additional 200 megawatts of solar and 200 megawatts of storage at Kennedy's. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And case 2, that retires Watery and Williams in 2028, builds a 534 megawatt 1x1 combined cycle and a pair of frame built CTs at Jasper. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Case 3 retires Watery and Williams in 2028, builds a 534 megawatt 1x1 CC at Kennedy's, plus an additional 523 megawatts of frame CTs at Kennedy's. Correct?
That's right.
So for a total of 1,057 megawatts at the Kennedy site.
Correct. Yeah, I think that math's right.
Okay. And for case 4, it again involves retiring Watery and Williams in 2028, building that same 534 megawatt 1x1 CC at Kennedy's, but then adding 200 megawatts of storage and 200 megawatts of solar at Watery, and then contracting for 400 megawatts of off-system purchase power. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the last case, retiring Watery and Williams in 2028, and then contracting for 1,100 megawatts of off-system long-term power purchase agreement.
That's right.
Okay. So you'd agree both Watery and Williams were retired no later than 2028 in every case study. Is that correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay. And adding combined cycle generation to Kennedy's was studied in cases 3 and 4, correct?
I believe that's correct. There were, in those studies, I believe there was a combination of combined cycles and simple cycle CTs, but I believe, yes, that combined cycles were in those 2 cases.
Okay. And case 3 was the only case that was both gas only and Kennedy's site only replacements. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Okay. The coal plant at Kennedy's was 490 megawatts. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And so this TIA only evaluated gas options at Kennedy's that were larger than the original plant. Is that correct?
In that option, I'm trying to, all the various other cases, can't remember, there might have been, in one of the other cases, generation at Kennedy's in the 500 range that might have been slightly over the 490, but so I guess maybe repeat your question. The case 3 definitely was in excess of the original amount of generation at Kennedy's.
Okay, so subject check, and although I'm happy to put the cases back up in front of you again, if that would be helpful. Cases 3 and 4 included at least 534 megawatts of combined cycles at Kennedy's. Is that correct?
Yeah, I found it here in my copy.
Okay. So there were no cases studied that evaluated 490 megawatts of gas capacity there or below. Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, there are a lot of pages to flip through. Again, I'm happy to show you that this the cost estimate that I'm showing here is for case 3. But subject to checking that, would you agree that the estimated transmission upgrade costs for that case were $308.7 million?
Yes, that number looks familiar, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now turning to the conclusion of the report. And this is on page 50 of the report. Can you please read the sentence or the paragraph beginning with case 3 requires?
The entire paragraph?
Through, if you could read through where it says Pineville, South Carolina, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Case 3 requires no new right-of-way and is the only scenario that can be completed within the time frame prescribed. Case 3 is also the lowest cost option. This case cites all the replacement generation at the existing Kennedy's substation, which is at the site of the former Kennedy's generating station. For this reason, Kennedy's is ideally located to support the load and voltage needs in the greater Charleston area. This is important considering the proposed retirement of the Williams plant. Further, siting generation at Kennedy's becomes more impactful when considering the eventual retirement of the SCPSA, or South Carolina Public Service Authority, Cross coal plant located in nearby Pineville, South Carolina.
Thank you. Sorry, give me just 1 second here. Was hiding at the very bottom there. Okay. But Dominion still noted the potential benefits of siting some new generation at Williams. Is that correct?
Yes, we, I believe that last sentence said that we, based on all the things we've already talked about and the benefits of Kennedy's and the load imbalance with generation in the greater Charleston area, that yes, generation at Williams Station, if feasible, is a plus from planning and operating the system.
Thank you. And so this sentence, it says, nonetheless, Dominion Transmission Planning believes that adding combustion turbine capability at Williams Station would be very beneficial in terms of providing voltage support reducing heavily loaded lines, and providing operational flexibility in situations that may arise but have not been studied. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And that aligns with some testimony in your direct, or some of your direct testimony in this proceeding, where you state that the fact that most of the generation in the Charleston area is concentrated in Williams Station has implications for reliability and resiliency of service to the area. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of joint interveners' comments in the coal retirement docket, where interveners recommended that Dominion study local replacement of, like, at the Williams site?
I am familiar with some of that. Again, I sat in on only a subset of the sessions, but I am familiar with, if you're referring to studying battery energy storage system at Williams as something that the stakeholders wanted evaluated, which we took and did study in a later TIA.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the 2022 TIA. Do you recall there were 6 cases that were studied in that TIA?
That sounds right. There were many TIAs, and they all had different numbers of cases. But I believe, and I've got them all here. But that sounds right.
Okay. Do you say you have all of the TIAs in front of you?
Well, they're in this notebook. Yeah.
Okay. That will make things a whole lot easier moving forward, I think, Mr. Parker. So the first, do you recall that the first 3 cases studied in the 2022 TIA looked at retiring and replacing watery only?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yes.
And that assumed that watery would retire in 2028. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But all of the cases involving the retirement of both Watery and Williams included replacement generation that was sited at Kennedy's. Is that right?
Now that I would probably have to go through each case.
Okay.
I'm not certain that's the case.
If you have that TIA in front of you, I would refer you to pages 5 through 6.
Let me make sure. Give me a minute. Let me make sure I'm in the right TIA here. And I'm sorry, you said 20, which TIA were you?
So this is the 2022 generation retirement transmission.
Okay, all right.
And so the March 2023 TIA.
And you said specifically about all the cases that looked at the retirement of Williams?
And included the retirement of both Williams and Watery.
Right, but your question was about what was studied, what were all the replacement resources for Williams cited at Kennedy's? Was that
I'm happy to restate my question.
Okay.
I think it's slightly different than that. All of the cases that involved the retirement of both Watery and Williams included replacement generation cited at Kennedy's. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I need to flip through.
I'm happy to walk through them with you.
Maybe
That
that
would
would
be
be
helpful.
better than turn it. Then if you
Okay.
want to throw them up there real quick. What I remember was the first 3 cases looked at the retirement of Watery. Then once those were studied, then that was assumed for Watery, and then we moved, and that was built in then to, or I think maybe we assumed one of those cases for Watery as the input into the subsequent evaluation of the Williams retirement with these other cases.
Okay.
Okay, I see you have, yeah.
Yep. So let's starting with cases 4A and 4B. As you can see, the very first sentence, they note that Williams is retired in December 2030 with replacement generation cited at the Kennedy site. So those 2 cases involve replacement generation cited at Kennedy's. Is that right?
I see that, correct.
Okay. and cases 5A through 5C. They involve, again, retiring Williams on that same date with replacement generation cited at the Kennedy site and Williams. So there is generation cited at the Kennedy site in those cases as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then case 6. Again, Williams is retired in December 2030, and again, replacement generation is cited at Kennedy's, and in this case, the Williams station is converted to a synchronous condenser. So this one also includes replacement generation cited at Kennedy's, correct?
Yes, and I would point out that synchronous condenser, even though it was also a suggestion of the stakeholders that we took, and despite knowing that was not viable, that a synchronous condenser, if you're not aware, is just produces reactive power, doesn't produce real power. So, but again, we did study that at stakeholder suggestion, and so yes.
Okay, thank you. So all of the cases that studied retirement of both Williams and Watery included at least 525 megawatts of new gas generation cited at Kennedy's. Is that correct?
In that TIA, that's correct.
Okay. And so this study also only evaluated gas options at Kennedy's that were larger than the original coal plant.
So, yes, slightly, but yes.
There were no cases evaluating what size plant at Kennedy's would not trigger transmission upgrades, were there?
I don't believe so. I know, again, and there were so many different iterations and variations. I think there were those kinds of studies, perhaps at Watery and some other places, where we were asked to step up the generation to a certain level until such time as we determined there would be network upgrades. I'm not sure that was done at Kennedy's, but yes, I believe your question, it was yes.
Okay, so you may recall then that stakeholders did request Dominion to assess that.
I don't know that.
Okay. For case 4A, which is the one where all 757 megawatts of replacement capacity is cited at Kennedy's, the transmission upgrade costs were roughly $331.5 million. Is that correct?
That number sounds familiar and correct.
Okay. And then for case 4B, which had a smaller CC at Kennedy's and 234 megawatts of aero CTs at Williams, do you recall that had a best case, worst case estimate of $318.4 to $331.5 million? Do those numbers sound correct?
Yes, subject to check. Those sound in the range of what we saw.
Okay. Turning to the cases that involved citing battery storage at Williams. I am going to show you a Dominion discovery response from the 2023 IRP proceeding, which discusses the 2022 TIA. And specifically, this is a response to Sierra Club Discovery Request 1-6 that was attached to witness Derek Stanklick's testimony as Exhibit DS-14. Now, beginning, so if you could read just the paragraph on item B that I've highlighted there. You don't need to read the bullet points.
You said no need to read the bullet
That's
point?
correct.
DESC Transmission Planning has recently reported studies of 3 different battery storage system sizes at Williams Station per the 2022 Transmission Impact Analysis Study request. Cases 5A, 5B, 5C. The following battery system storage specifications were studied.
Okay. And then the cases that were studied involved 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, and 300 megawatts of storage cited at Williams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you also read this highlighted portion for me?
The results of those studies found that in a least cost scenario, a 100 megawatt battery system paired with the other generator replacement options described in 5A would require the total transmission upgrades of $332 million. Case B, which included a 200 megawatt battery system, would require $210 million in transmission upgrades. Case 5C, which included a 300 megawatt battery, would also require $210 million in transmission upgrades.
Okay. Thank you. And this is a Dominion discovery response, correct? So this is information that's coming from the company. You would agree?
There were a lot of them that this is from our TIA, so I would take your word that we provided it.
Okay, thank you. And $210 million compared with roughly $320 million for the Kennedy's replacement cases. You would agree then the 2022 TIA showed that there could be transmission savings of as much as $110 million by siting storage at Williams. Isn't that right?
Yes, in that case it did. I will say, though, as we did further TIAs going forward, as well as the most recent TIA of the joint resource, the transmission upgrades for the shared resource at Kennedy's are right at that number as well.
Okay. Dominion never studied a smaller gas capacity or smaller gas unit sited at Kennedy's paired with a larger amount of standalone storage at Williams, did it? And when I say smaller, I mean smaller than the capacities that were studied in the 2022 TIA.
I think that TIA was, if my recollection is that TIA was the only TIA we did where battery energy storage at Williams was studied. So those cases were the ones studied with battery energy storage there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you another exhibit that was filed with Derek Stinklick's testimony in the 2023 IRP. Specifically, this is exhibit DS03 and page 6 of that exhibit, which is Sierra Club's, this is a copy of Sierra Club's comments on IRP stakeholder session 7 leading up to the 2023 IRP. If you could just read the last sentence of that highlighted portion, beginning with an alternative scenario.
An alternative scenario should evaluate a like-for-like capacity replacement of the 490 megawatt plant to avoid additional network upgrades.
Okay, thank you. And one more piece of testimony, again from the 2023 IRP. There's just one word on this page. This is the direct testimony of Derek Stinklick from pages 41 to 42. And so it says, stakeholders repeatedly asked Dominion to evaluate the further potential transmission cost savings of placing larger standalone facilities at Williams and reduce gas capacity at Kennedy's, but Dominion refused. Do you read that?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's safe to say that stakeholders asked Dominion to evaluate those cases, correct? Okay, thank you. Okay.
I will just add, though, I think we did, and I'm not sure if it's in, I think it was in that proceeding, I believe I was in that proceeding talking about the TIA, and we expressed concerns about a standalone battery at the site of Williams, including their desire to locate a 600 megawatt battery storage system at Williams, which at the time would have been among the biggest in the world, and expressed serious concerns due to the imbalance of the generation and load imbalance that it would be very difficult to charge it. I will add that we talked about baseload units on our system, and I think we said that VC Summer is the only base load unit that we have by that terminology, but I will add that Williams, due to that imbalance, is considered a must-run unit, which means that if it's available, it runs. And so for the purposes of transmission, which is also, of course, a concern from a battery energy storage system that would only run for a few hours and then turn around and need to be charged to a great degree, further creating or exacerbating that imbalance. So I wanted to, those were our concerns about a large battery, besides citing one in that specific location and the concerns around environmental concerns there. But I wanted to give the whole picture there on the concerns about such a battery storage system at Williams.
Okay, thank you. And I understand Dominion's concerns. My question was just, the Dominion didn't study that further. Is that correct?
We studied those three
Okay,
that we went over.
Okay. We just have a couple more of these to go through with you, Mr. Parker. So turning to the 2023 TIA. Dominion only looked at 2 cases in this assessment, correct?
You said the 2023 TIA?
Yes. And so this is the 2023 Shared Resource Transmission Impact Analysis Report that was issued January 9th, 2024.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to refresh my memory on these. Yes, I think these were more focused on watery and a potential retirement for watery, and looking at Urquhart frame CT as well, I guess, in case 2 is a battery. I'm sorry. So there were battery energy storage systems at watery in both cases, along with Urquhart CT.
Okay. And so just go through each of these cases very briefly. So in case 1, Dominion would receive 50% of the output from 1,300 megawatts of a natural gas combined cycle sited at Kennedy's.
Yes, further. Okay, so yes, it's coming back to me now. Further study and further down in those cases, then we move on to what we're looking to replace for the focus more on Williams. And yes, there were 2 different. There was a 1,300 megawatt shared resource, well, at least 1,300 megawatts in the winter, and then the second case was 1,600 megawatts. I'm sorry, 1,800 megawatts in the winter and 16 in the summer.
Thank you. And in both cases, Watery's retired at the end of 2028 and Williams at the end of 2030. Is that correct?
Yes. And again, I think we, in the description of those cases, we, as discussed earlier with witness Neely, that though all that was built under the assumption that Kennedy's would be operational coincident with and not before the retirement of Williams, okay. And not after the retirement of Williams.
Thank you. And so the 2023 TIA did not evaluate any cases with gas generation located at a different site than Kennedy's, correct?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And both cases had at least 1,300 megawatts of combined cycle capacity constructed at Kennedy's, right?
Yes.
And that was total capacity, correct? So Dominion's portion was half of that. So either 650 megawatts for case 1 or 900 megawatts for case 2.
Yep, that's what it says, just above a 50% share. And that would be 650 or 900 for our share.
Okay, and let's see. Subject to check. Well, actually, I think I have it. The estimated transmission upgrade costs for case 1, which is a 1,300 megawatt Kennedy's configuration, those were roughly $266 million. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't see all the preceding information. That it does say 266. I assume that is the bottom of the table. Total for case 1.
That's
subject to checking.
Thank you. And I'll be happy to show the earlier page here. So table 2-4, which involved case 2, the transmission upgrade estimated costs were $270 million. Correct?
You say case 2?
Yes.
Yes, and I think one thing so what that points out and what we have seen in these refined scenarios where we have looked at different capacities at Kennedy's as a shared resource or Dominion at the time on our own is that, and this also speaks to the desirability of the Kennedy site, which is even as you increase the size of the resource at Kennedy's by quite a bit, the upgrades are often the very same upgrades continue to show up. And so even between those two cases where the output of the proposed generator at Kennedy's went up by several hundred megawatts, the upgrades did not. So yes, and in fact, what we've seen in subsequent TIAs as the resource size has ended up where it is now at 2,000 plus megawatts, the actual costs have gone down from that to just over 200 million. And in fact, so far in our phase 1 and phase 2, it's much less than that.
Okay.
But yes, those two numbers were accurate.
Okay. Thank you. And unfortunately, perhaps for all of us, I will ask you some questions on those two, Mr. Parker. So you said that the cost stayed kind of roughly the same even as you increase the capacity that you studied at Kennedy's.
Yes.
Now, correct. But to be clear, since the 2022 TIA, at least up to the ones that we've looked at so far, Dominion has not looked at any alternatives to the Kennedy's plant, correct? Or to siting gas at Kennedy's.
Repeat that again. I mean, we did look at other sites. Can you repeat the question? I want to be very sure that I heard what you said so I can confirm or rebut that.
Since the 2022 TIA, in the TIAs that we've looked at so far, Dominion has not studied any cases that did not involve siting gas generation at Kennedy's, correct?
Since then, yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so recognizing that you looked at two different sizes, those are alternatives of the Kennedy's facility, not to the Kennedy's facility, correct?
Say that one more time.
I'll give you an analogy. If you're out shopping, there's a difference between deciding between two different sizes of one pair of jeans and trying on multiple outfits. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And so in the other cases where you've studied different configurations at Kennedy's, you would agree that that is not the same as studying alternatives to siting generation at the Kennedy site, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Chair Powers, I will say I do still have quite a bit of cross left. I just want to be respectful of the court reporter. I know we've been going for quite some time, but.
Well, I think we've been going now a little over 2 hours. We'll take a 15-minute break, be back at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
We're in recess. Good afternoon and welcome back to the South Carolina Public Service Commission. We are here in the hearing room continuing testimony in the joint application of South Carolina Public Service Authority and Dominion Energy, docket number 2025-323. All commissioners are here in the hearing room except for Commissioner Henley, who is joining us virtually. Ms. Mixon, if you would, feel free to continue.
Thank you, Chair Powers. Okay, Mr. Parker, we are going to move on to the 2024 TIA, which you attach as an exhibit to your testimony in this proceeding. That TIA estimated $231 million in transmission upgrade costs, including on-site upgrades, correct?
Yes, that included at the time, network upgrades with, as we knew them, our share, Dominion share of the what is now the Edisto River Switchyard, planned Edisto River Switchyard.
Thank you. And this is a shared resource TIA, but those are only Dominion transmission costs.
That's right. I think we're sure to point that out in the TIA.
Yes. This study only looked at one case. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I believe that's my recollection.
Okay. And let's see. This is on page 5 of the study. So in this case, a Watery is retired in December 2032, Williams in 2034, and are replaced with a joint resource at Kennedy's. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. With the Kennedy's plant expected to be commercially available by end of December 2032.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and again, this study also didn't look at any alternative replacement resources, correct?
No, as you said earlier, in this TIA, it was just that one case.
Thank you. So to confirm, in every study that Dominion conducted since 2021, every single case that Dominion has studied for the replacement of Williams and Watery involved siting new gas generation at Kennedy's. Isn't that correct?
Yes, from a TIA perspective. One thing I want to make sure, I've been trying to decide when to make sure this was clear. Maybe this is a good time. That is what was studied from a transmission impact analysis. And transmission did not, as you haven't mentioned, but the way the process worked was transmission planning was requested to study the various scenarios. They weren't things that we came up with. It was part of the resource planning process, and they were requesting as we continue to refine the information and the studies, they would request us to study these options. So while that's true from a transmission impact analysis, I think in the IRP, and I'm certainly not the IRP expert, but I don't think it's accurate to say that other resources weren't considered. Those were just updated and refined estimates for the transmission impact of the various Kennedy's resources. I don't think you could say other resources weren't considered.
Okay. Since 2022, Dominion has not studied siting battery storage at Williams in any of its transmission assessments.
Yes, I think we, well, maybe not. There's been various iterations, but I think regardless, I think that's accurate, since that the three options that we went over, I think if that was from the 2023, did you say, of the 100, 200, 300, we have not studied it since those studies were done.
And excluding the 2021 TIA, can you name any case that Dominion studied which looked at an alternative site for gas generation to replace Watery and Williams?
Well, I believe as again, all these various TIAs and had multiple parts in multiple cases. I believe in some of those subsequent TIAs, as I think you displayed, we did consider a gas resource more associated with water retirement at ERCOT.
Okay, but that case also included citing at Kennedy's, correct?
Yes, but Kennedy's was not the only. I think the way you phrased the question was Kennedy's was the only site for gas. Or if not, I'd have misunderstood. But I wanted to make sure ERCOT was also considered.
Okay, thank you. You'd agree that a lot has changed since 2021, wouldn't you?
Yes, in a lot of ways. Transmission and everything else.
Okay. And so in the more recent studies that include more updated information about Dominion's expected loads and transmission system, Dominion has not compared siting gas generation at Kennedy's to siting gas generation at any other location. Is that correct?
Since the what study did you say? Since, or the date?
Since the 2022 TIA.
I believe that's accurate, but one thing I think maybe now is the time to basically what we've learned very quickly, and I don't think transmission learned it. We knew it going in, and I think I've said in my rebuttal testimony where the your expert witness, proposed generation at ERCOT or Aiken or Jasper, that those are not viable locations for gas, certainly to replace Williams, for a number of reasons that I can expound on about the benefits of Kennedy's. So while a lot has changed, my knowledge of the transmission system tells me in no way have those costs or upgrades that were evaluated at Jasper or ERCOT gotten better. In fact, they've gotten worse.
Okay. Thank you. So Dominion's Phase 2 DISA study for the project, that was completed in December 2025. Is that right?
Phase 2, correct.
Okay, and that study estimated $130 million in transmission upgrades. Is that right?
In Phase 2?
In Phase 2.
If you'll bear with me, let me. Are you sure? And I'll look it up. Are you sure? Did you say network upgrades or the total cost? Including interconnection.
The language that I have in front of me is $130 million in transmission upgrades.
You say this is from the DISA Phase?
Yes.
2? Bear with me for a second. Do you happen to have it pull up, or?
I do not have a copy of that in front of me right now.
Well, just
I can
give
pull
me
that
1
up
second.
in just
then.
1 moment.
Okay, I have it. Yeah, so that in page 16, table 19 of, and I believe this was was certainly submitted in discovery, table 19, phase 2 of what are the Kennedy's, the 3 101 Kennedy's resources. The network upgrade costs were approximately $12 million each for each pair, or $36 million, and the what is about $95 million of that, which would get us around what the number you're referring to, were interconnection facilities, which we noted in there was the total cost of what is proposed to be the Edisto River switch yard, which we noted and footnoted and said that this is the total cost, because we debated on how best to reflect this, because the ownership share had not been established as to what percentage would be owned. For transparency, we just put the total cost and said our share is not yet been determined. So I think that 130 million, I can see right here that it's the large part of that is the switch yard, in fact, the transmission upgrades coming out of phase 2, which I referenced earlier being a lot less than the 200 million, is about 36 million.
Okay. You'd agree that the costs in the DICES phase 2 study are not the final costs, wouldn't you?
Correct. In fact, one other thing about these DICES studies is that and it is all about allocation of what resources, what generators that are in the cluster have an impact on the various upgrades or lines. And in fact, so that determines what the ultimate cost will be. Currently, coming out of phase 2, about 20 to 25% of the required upgrades for Kennedys are being shared by solar facilities that are still in the queue. So that it can work that way. But yes, it's far from final, because as we often find, projects drop out. In fact, we've had, since the start of the study of Kennedys, DICES 2024, we've had over 2,300 megawatts of solar generators drop out of that cluster or higher queued clusters. So it's a very long process. Some folks are frustrated with how long it takes, but to get to a final cost, every time someone drops out, you have to start the studies again. So yes, it's not final, but I will say that, and I said in my testimony, we continue to see the same upgrades that we saw in previous TIAs, and in fact in the Joint Resource TIA 2024 that show up. So we have, while it's not finished, we have great confidence in what the upgrades are going to need to be.
Your direct testimony initially anticipated that the Joint Affected System Study would be completed in Q1 2026. Has that been completed to date?
No.
Okay. So that will not be completed in time for the commission to consider it in its decision in this proceeding. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wagner, I have a few questions for you about Santee Cooper's 2023 generation retirement TIA for Winyah and Cross. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
study?
I believe I am.
Okay, thank you. So, Santee Cooper Transmission Planning also conducted a TIA to evaluate the retirement and replacement of its coal plants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the 2023 TIA looked at 9 scenarios. Do you recall that?
Yeah, subject to check, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. We'll do this the quick way. I recognize this won't have all of the detail in it, but this is the table of contents from that TIA. I won't go through all of these scenarios, but can you just confirm that some of those scenarios included retiring Winyah and replacing it with a combined cycle and combustion turbines in Hampton County?
Yes.
And same, but in Colleton County?
Yes.
Near Aiken?
Yes.
2 scenarios that retired Winyah and Cross and replaced them with only off-system purchases, or Hampton County sided gas and off-system purchases.
Yeah, that's correct.
Retiring Winyah and replacing it with off-system purchases.
Yes, that's correct.
And then another delaying the Winyah retirement by 5 years and adding battery storage.
Correct.
Looking more specifically at scenario 4, Just give me one moment. Okay, so scenario 4 involved retiring Winyah by January 1st of 2029, replacing it with a 656 megawatt 1x1 combined cycle at Hampton County, 310 megawatts of off-system purchases, 650 megawatts of battery storage at Winyah, and 1,500 megawatts of solar generation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that that scenario had the lowest cost estimate for transmission upgrades among all the scenarios studied?
Yes, I believe the cost was subject to check $235 million, which is very close to the current DICES $238 million cost associated with Kennedy's.
Thank you. I was going to ask you to confirm that those costs were $235 million. Would you confirm that among some of the other scenarios that were studied, the costs were roughly $419 million and $443 million? I believe those are the two of the cases that involve siting combustion turbines.
Yeah, could you be
Colleton
specific
County.
as to which scenario? I mean,
Sure.
we're just.
Okay. So this is from page 34 of the 2020 Santee Cooper's 2023 TIA, where I believe this confirms that the lowest cost scenario was scenario 4 with 235 million, and then that the next two lowest were 419 million and 443 million. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I recognize that citing 650 megawatts of battery storage it may have challenges, and maybe that level of storage is infeasible. But you would agree, wouldn't you, that almost $200 million in potential transmission savings is a lot?
Yeah, but that does not take into account all of the resource analysis that took place that said that other scenarios were overall much more cost effective. So what we can focus on transmission here, but the way the process works, and Mr. Parker here alluded to it, resource planning assessments are done initially, informed by what areas of the transmission system may facilitate interconnection of resources, and then we are fed back what the viable scenarios are to look at. So just trying to take this and say that scenario A versus scenario B from a transmission perspective alone, it's not looking at the entirety of the solutions that the company is looking at when we're trying to determine the best site for siting a facility.
Okay. But you would agree that the transmission studies are informative, wouldn't you?
They are informative to the sites that the resource planners determined were potential viable sites for the development of generation.
Okay.
And the specific generation that they requested us to look at.
Okay. Can you point me to any cases in Santee Cooper's IRPs where 650 megawatts of storage were studied?
I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask witness settle.
Okay, thank you. And could you point me to any transmission studies that Santee Cooper conducted where they looked at how close to 650 megawatts would be feasible and what the transmission costs of that option would be?
I do not, because that scenario wasn't viable from a resource planning perspective. There were other better scenarios.
Santee Cooper worked with Dominion on the 2024 shared TIA. Is that right?
Correct.
That was just a year after this 2023 TIA
Correct.
was conducted, right? And I think we agreed that 2024 shared TIA did not look at any alternatives to the Kennedy's plant, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that. Which TIA are you
The
referring?
2024 Shared Resource TIA. That did not look at any alternatives to siting gas generation at Kennedy's, correct?
Sure, it had a scenario that had some at Kennedy's and some at Colleton, or no, Hampton. I'm sorry.
I believe in the 2024 shared TIA that there
do
were
do you have those scenarios available?
I do. Give me 1 second. I may have gotten my papers all mixed up here. Okay, and this is again the 2024 shared TIA. It only looked at one case, and that involved citing the joint resource essentially at its current size.
So is this Dominion's
this
shared
is
TIA
that's
or is
correct.
it Santee Cooper's shared TIA?
This is Dominion's.
I can only speak to what we did.
TIA.
We have a 2024 TIA that Santee Cooper conducted in coordination with Dominion as well.
Okay, thank you. Santee Cooper's DICES Phase 1 study for the joint resource, that came out in mid-February of this year. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Santee Cooper estimates the total cost to interconnect its share of the joint resource at approximately $238 million. Is that right?
That's correct, based on that study.
Okay. And Santee Cooper's DICES study looked at a 2030 and a 2033 case. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Why did you choose to study a 2033 case? Is there something important about that year from a transmission perspective?
So models that are available, coordinated models that are available, that's what we pick from, and we try and choose the most relevant time frame for, the scenario.
Those DICES Phase 1 costs are not final costs, correct?
They are not, but they are very consistent with prior costs. And the scope of the work, as Mr. Parker alluded to before, the same for Santee Cooper. Scope of the work has been very consistent across all the study efforts.
Okay. And for instance, so some of the other Q projects that were studied could drop off. And some of those costs could be attributed to the joint resource instead.
Absolutely, but upgrades could also drop out as other projects drop out.
Okay. Thank you. Were both of you responsible for Dominion and Santee Cooper's responses to SACE and CCL's discovery questions about transmission-related issues?
Yes.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that CCL SACE requested quite detailed information about your transmission system and planning files?
Very, correct? Very broad requests.
Okay. And I'm going to show you page 10 from Mr. Kanan's surrebuttal testimony. This is footnote 20. Do you see the list of questions here that Santee Cooper and Dominion objected to, saying that they were outside the scope of this proceeding?
I see a paragraph. I don't see a list. I see different data requests that are embedded in this.
Okay. Well, let me ask: Are you aware of the fact that Dominion and Santee Cooper objected to providing a variety of information?
I am aware.
Discovery. Okay.
Well, since you're asking us both, I would say I don't know when you say a number. I know we provided a lot, and we provide the information consistent with what we provide as required by FERC. All interconnection customers that our contingencies, our models that we used, to the degree that we understood them. Some we did not even understand the terminology they were using, and then I think there was one GIS or something that you wanted that we do not give out, that we did not provide. But we provided the vast majority of what was requested, at least for Dominion's perspective. I can't speak for Santee, but I think that's the correct.
That's the case. Yeah, the vast majority of what was requested we provided.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I interject at this point?
Mr. Ziegler, yes.
I have an objection here. We've been, I think, very accommodating to let this go on. But in discovery practice, if you have a problem with the answers you've gotten, you have to bring a motion to compel after consulting with the other party. That's not been done here. This line of questioning is completely outside of the scope of what discovery is meant to be.
Well, this is discovery from some time past too, as well, is it not?
Chair Powers, if I may, my question is
Well,
not
please
not
address the relevance of some of this, please.
yes. So my question is not intended to say whether this is information that Dominion necessarily should have provided or not. I have a follow-up question that I think should make it clear if I'm allowed to proceed.
Okay. Well, cross-examination is broad,
Okay.
but you don't want to lose your audience either.
Okay, thank you. It is one question, which is
All
just
right.
that would you agree that some of the data that ultimately was not provided to CCL for whatever reason it may have been is the type of data that may be required to conduct a full transmission impact analysis for Dominion or for Santee Cooper?
Well, for Dominion, as I said, we provided everything that we provide per FERC requirements for as order 845, where you have to provide the models the most recent models you use for interconnection. You have to provide the contingencies, what you monitor, ratings, all those kind of things. That's what FERC deemed necessary. That's what we provided. And again, we provided a lot more than the very little that we didn't provide. And in fact, as I said earlier, what we did not provide is not something we provide per FERC requirements to anyone else either. So
Okay.
that's Dominion's what we did.
Is that information that I'll stick with you, Mr. Parker? Is that information that Dominion used in its own internal analyses?
We don't use. We have, and I think this actually speaks to the point about your independent, your experts' analysis versus our analysis. We don't need to necessarily look at, say, GIS, or we have an intimate knowledge of where all the resources are, where the lines go, and you have to, and the way, more importantly, not just how it's planned, but how it operates. So, and you have to have that knowledge. You can't just swoop down and have somebody that's never looked at these systems before. Even provided with all the data that we provided, the results that they came up with were way out of whack, and that's not due to a lack of information. It's clear to me once we saw what they did that it was not due to a lack of information that we provided, but rather a lack of knowledge of how the system works. So no, I would not say we use that. I don't, when I know where all the resources are. Don't need to refer to GIS to run these analyses.
Okay. And so are you saying that the utilities are the only entities that are able to review or critique transmission impact analyses?
No.
Accurately?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the one you used didn't do it accurately.
Okay. I think that's obviously at issue in this proceeding. Thank you, Mr. Parker, Mr. Wagner. I appreciate your time. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Sierra Club.
Good afternoon. I don't have very many questions. I'm just going to start with Mr. Parker. So, Mr. Parker, you would agree that the estimated total cost of the joint resource is $5 billion, right?
Yes, I think we've established that.
We have established that. Thank you. So does this total $5 billion cost estimate include the costs of making transmission network upgrades to support the plant?
No, I think we've we put that in the application and in discovery. We were very clear, transparent that that's not part of this application, but we've also said, and I think Mr. Wagner has also indicated, and others have too, that those projects will be, given that they are almost entirely 230 kV in nature, will be back here when they are finalized for certificates of need. But no, we were very clear those were not in this application.
Okay. Well, they're related somewhat to this project, so I'm just going to ask a few questions about that, and then I'll leave you alone. And those additional transmission upgrades include the jointly owned Edisto River Switchyard, Colleton County Substation, and various transmission lines, right?
Are you saying that's in the $5 billion?
No, those additional that are outside of the $5 billion. Those additional transmission upgrades will include the jointly owned Edisto River Switchyard, the Colleton County Substation, and various other transmission lines, right?
No, I believe that in this application and the costs include the Edisto River and Colleton County, which is what this certificate that and the application, those are included. What's not included is, and I think we refer to those as on-site. Okay. What's not included is what we refer to as network upgrades, which will be lines that leave the site going in various directions.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can I make a point there too? I think there is a little bit of double counting in some of these numbers that you're referencing, because of the way we have to report the cost estimates in the DICES analysis. The interconnection costs are included in that $238 million number, for example, for the Santee Cooper DICES. So the part of those interconnection costs are our portion of the Edisto River substation, at least our assumption of our portion of the Edisto River substation. So there's an additional amount embedded in there that is also included in the $5 billion number. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear that there is a little bit of double counting, so you can't just add these up and expect to have a full understanding of the total cost.
Okay. Okay, so multiple transmission upgrades essentially will all need to independently be made in order for the Kennedy's plan to operate in the long run, right?
Was that to?
I mean, it's more so directed to you, Mr. Parker, but yeah.
Sorry, repeat it one more time.
No problem. So multiple transmission upgrades will all need to independently be made in order for the Kennedy's plan to operate in the long run, correct?
Yes. Ultimately, there will be a set of transmission upgrades needed. That will be true for this plant or Urquhart or Kennedy's, Aiken or Jasper. But yes, that's true.
Okay, and these costs would be approximately $328 million in 2026 dollars, right?
No. I mean, well, I'm not sure of the 326. I think our last DICES 2024 Joint Resource TA, I believe, excluding on-site costs, was around the $200 million number in 2024 dollars. And then, as I said, we bumped that up by 50% in Mr. Neely's modeling to as a conservative way to make sure that even if understanding that costs are going up across the board, and the uncertainty of what the ultimate cost will be, just to be on the conservative side, we bumped them up 50%, put that in the modeling for the joint resource. And then lastly, in fact, from our most recent DICES phase 2, the latest DICES we have on that, for the upgrades, so as I said, solar resources are sharing about 20 to 25% of the cost of those upgrades, but the network upgrades coming out of that were only about just shy of 40 million. So
okay, sorry if I can interrupt you. I think I may be referring. Maybe I can clarify what I'm referring to. Okay. So looking at page 15 of your direct testimony, line 16, you said the total costs of these transmission upgrades were estimated at $315 million at the time of the 2024 TIA. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not going to flip to it subject to check that. sounds right, yes.
Okay, and then Sierra Club asked in Discovery, and I have the Discovery request here. There's a response that indicates we had asked what those would be in 2026 dollars, and one of this response just indicates that it would be 328 million.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, so I remember now. So we did a refresh. Yeah, there's so many numbers.
Yeah, that's fine.
That have been, as these things have iterated. The 328 you're referring to was a refreshed estimate with escalation, inflation, and these things built in to account for what would have been the 2024 upgrades as they a refresh basically, and then we further said, well, we'll use 350 million, which was a 50% upgrade to cover an even higher, basically contingency if the costs continue to make sure that we erred on the side of the conservative estimate for transmission with this joint resource, so that in case that had made a difference in what the resource modeling picked, that we weren't giving a lowball estimate. So
okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I do recognize that 328 now.
Thank you. And these are just the costs of the transmission upgrades that are needed for Dominion system alone, and don't include Santee Cooper's cost of upgrades, right?
Yes, the costs that we estimate for those that leave the site are almost always, our intention is that we are only speaking for Dominion when we provide a Dominion cost.
Thank you. And this estimated cost of constructing transmission upgrades could still change due to variables like supply chain issues or macroeconomic pressures, right?
Sure, but what we've also determined, as I said, I mean, what you didn't have in the TIA, because we were studying these things somewhat in isolation from a cluster process, as Mr. Wagner has said, and I think I've said as well, you can have other projects sharing some of those costs, so that the Dominion responsibility could go down. And in fact, what we've also determined is that over half of upon further evaluation, since this TIA was done, that over half of those upgrade costs are for lines heading to Charleston that are over 50 to 60 years old, which will need to be replaced anyway due to age. So in fact, it serves a dual purpose that they're going to need to be spent anyway. So the actual incremental cost for Kennedy's itself is only half of that. So it's, the 300 million of various figures that we've thrown out, as I've said, we continue to actually see numbers much lower than that. And in fact, like I said, in the DICE's phase 2, it's only 36 million. So we've seen a lot of numbers a lot less than 300 million. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that those costs will go up from 300 million.
Okay, but you can't guarantee the total costs will stay at or below 320.
No, can't make any guarantees.
Okay,
I don't
thank
think
you.
anyone can.
Okay, so Mr. Wagner, I'm going to try to make this relatively short because it's getting late. So similar to the questions I just asked Mr. Parker, multiple transmission upgrades will all need to independently be made in order for, on the part of Santee Cooper, in order for the Kennedy's plant to operate, right?
Yes.
And looking at your supplemental testimony from April 10th, these costs will be approximately $238 million for Santee Cooper system, right?
Yeah, let me revise my previous answer. So you said in order for the Kennedy's site, the Kennedy's generation to operate.
The joint resource to operate.
Yeah, so in order for it to operate under the contingency scenarios that we have looked at, to cover all of the NERC TPL contingency scenarios, it needs these facilities. Now, if for whatever reason some of these facilities aren't ready, some portion of the Kennedy's resources may be able to operate under under contingent conditions per operating procedures, that sort of thing. So it's not you can't say that everything has to be done for 1 megawatt to be generated at the site, right?
Okay,
I just want to make that point.
Okay, so the plant could still operate in the long run, even if Santee Cooper forgoes some of those transmission upgrades?
The plant would be able to operate under certain contingency scenarios, under operating guides, but that is not that's not best practice in the industry to plan to operate a facility under a contingent, under an operating procedure, or contingent service.
And would Santee Cooper potentially forego any transmission upgrades as you're discussing if the transmission upgrades were too costly?
So we would evaluate the transmission costs, and we would evaluate different options in those scenarios and select the best option that balances reliability and cost.
Okay. And do you know by how much the costs would have to increase in order for one or more of those transmission
That's a
upgrades?
much bigger evaluation than just transmission.
Okay. And as I asked Mr. Parker, I think this will be the last question. You can't guarantee the total transmission costs will stay at or below $238 million, right?
So I'll echo what Mr. Parker said. I don't think anyone can guarantee that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we would have Carolina Gas Transmission.
No questions for these witnesses, Mr.
Nucor
Chairman.
Steel,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group,
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lauren V. Moody Stanfield, and John M. Burbidge.
No questions.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions.
Commissioner questions? Anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Whitfield.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Been a long afternoon. Got good to have you with us as a panel. Mr. Wagner, I'm going to direct this one to you. I would ask both of you, but I had an exchange with Mr. Sam yesterday about the location of Dominion's transmission, and I'm also a little more familiar with Dominion's system naturally than I am your system. So just quickly, Mr. Wagner, on page 17 of your testimony, you discuss from an overall system perspective, Santee Cooper seeing a trend toward aggregate generation shifting toward the west. And I think of some of the facilities we've discussed here that are way up even up in the upstate, out of the traditional Santee Cooper counties, but obviously serving load that some of the co-ops and others provide. So as that trend continues, and you highlight or you mentioned that there's a divergence between the concentration of electricity supply and load. I guess what led to this trend, what are its impacts, and how would this joint resource in Kennedy's expand or reduce this distance? And also, how would the alternatives that have been suggested by some of the parties today impact that? If you could just briefly share again that transition toward the west and the divergence and separation between your load and your generation.
Sure, thank you. What's driving that is a lot of load is focused toward the eastern part of the state, toward the coast, right? We have a lot of load growth in coastal counties of the state, all up and down the coast. So that's biasing the load toward the east. You don't, I think in the exhibit I provided, you don't see the load change much, right, geographically over that period of time. Over that same period of time, what has happened is a lot of the resources have been located in proximity to natural gas availability. So think the Anderson area where we have the Rainy Station. Think
Cherokee. I think you mentioned
that's right up there. And then in the case of while it's not part of that that calculation, I mean in the case of Dominion and Southern Company even along the Savannah River corridor, there's a lot of natural gas generation there as well. So from a state perspective, the generation is biased more toward, or is moving from east toward the west. What Kennedy's will do is it will help to keep that kind of dot close to where it is geographically, or hopefully even move it a little bit east. Then we're going to be into retirements of units that are along the coast, and then what's next, right? So Kennedy's becomes an anchor kind of resource in the area to help bolster reliability, to help efficiently serve the loads that are in the area and the growth that the area along the coastline is seeing, and it will help to as other changes go on around that area, it will really help to anchor this coastal region from a resource perspective, providing voltage stability, and a lot of operational flexibility and efficiency.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Parker, I think we've been down that path with Dominion. I guess my biggest surprise throughout this, I knew some of your growth areas there in the low country. I guess my surprise was learning one county in particular. I did not realize Jasper County was growing quite as fast as it was till this hearing, and now through some of the company's testimony, and I think Commissioner Brett and others have mentioned how fast Jasper County's growing. So I now realize you got a two-pronged approach. You got the load in Charleston, and then you further down the South Carolina coast back toward Savannah and Jasper County is also increasing, I guess, more than I realized. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitfield. Commissioner Cass.
To kind of follow up on that, I want to make sure that I understand it. As far as the site, Kennedy site that was selected, there's a host of things that go in selecting those things, transmission being one of those.
Yes, sir.
And of course, the gas line that's coming to it, and if I understood you, Mr. Wagner, with the growth in, like you say, the coastal plain, part of that is also being closer to not just the center of the load demand, but having gas further east so that it can be, I guess, piped further east. Is that kind of what I...
Well, having gas availability in the eastern portion of the state certainly helps with bringing generation to those eastern portions of the state, and it helps to bias that center of generation more easterly. Correct.
And I think in previous hearings, maybe with y'all, I can't remember when, but it seems like I remember some discussions about constraints relative to that.
Yeah, that's a fundamental question for us. Is do we build gas pipeline or do we build electric transmission? Right. I think that's kind of where we are, and we've maximized a lot of the kind of, I'll call it low-hanging fruit from leveraging the existing gas infrastructure, and we're at a point where do you build a bunch of transmission or do you build a gas pipeline to be able to bring the fuel supply into the areas that are growing directly?
Understand. Thank you. And
I'll just add, I think what you're referring to, I have mentioned this in the proceedings I've been in, and that is, and the imbalance of the load and generation illustrates, and I guess it speaks to Commissioner Belzer's comments about the importance of Kennedy's, but South Carolina, I mean, not just Dominion or saying, we have a challenge, we have a problem because all the remaining Watery not so much, but Cross, Winyall, Williams, there's no gas of significant nature below about Orangeburg. And all that coal that you're trying to retire, there's already an imbalance. There will be, let me put it this way. The importance of Kennedy's is, in my opinion, and based on not just running models, and I guess I did want to say, did not intend to impugn witness Kanan and his technical abilities, but what you have to understand, and I've been in the control room with the operators before I took this job for over 10 years. I think Mr. Wagner was in the control room and at Santee Cooper, but we're in the same building. I work with those guys every week. They give me a breakfast burrito once a week if I come in there and listen to them talk about the problems they have. But you can't, these models are, and even in the Plexos and the resource planning, the models are great and they're complex and that, but you have to, these systems are very integrated and operate, and you see a lot of issues that you don't necessarily understand by just looking at a computer and a model. And you really, and in fact, NERC harps on planners need to discuss with operators what they're seeing regularly to address and what I know is that while we talk about the emissions for Canadies, if we have, at least for Dominion, your best hope for retiring Williams at some point, not so much Watery, but even Winyall, because our two systems, given where they are, depend on, I think Santee is impacted by Williams, we're impacted by Winyall. Your best hope to be able to retire those units with the deficit we're facing is to get resources of significant nature as close to those as you can. And Kennedy's is about as close as you can get. So that's our experience. That's so and even if you don't retire them, I think Witness Suttle mentioned, if you build this resource, if you don't actually retire them, it will let you run them a lot less than you otherwise would, which will have an environmental beneficial impact as well that we haven't focused so much on. So that's the significance of Kennedy's, and that's why we focused on it, at least from our perspective. A lot goes into it, but that's the benefit of Kennedy's. Anyway, I wanted to be able to interject a couple of things about Kennedy's and the situation we're facing with the coal that we are shooting to retire and where it is and where those are the actual fastest growing load centers across the coast in the state. I mean, I went home last night. I said I was going to wrap it up, but I went home last night because I'm from Spartanburg, and Spartanburg I don't recognize from what I grew up with, but they are growing tremendously too. But if you look, they have relative to what we have in the coast, they have a ton of generation. They have Oconee, they have several gas, but they have access to gas. They have access to big nuclear plants where those load centers are. We don't have that. Well, we won't have it if we don't have Kennedy. So it's just, that's the situation we're facing. And in my opinion, Kennedy's gives you the best hope to retire these resources, Williams and Winyall.
Thank you, both gentlemen. I just wanted to say, as Clemson man, I noticed that Mr. Randolph got the tie thing right. Don't know about Mr. Walker. I couldn't see his, but
we were talking. I got to get one of those. I was going to put his on, but I was in the bathroom.
Yes, sir. We noticed. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caston. Any further commissioner questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. Any redirect? All right. No redirect. All right.
Chair.
Further from the companies?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the joint applicants case.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair Powers, if I may, I just wanted to say that as for the next step, Sierra Club has one witness who is planning to leave town on a flight later tonight. So I did just want to ask if it's possible for her to appear first in line for the intervener witnesses.
Unless they CCL, no objection. No, let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Sierra Club calls Lucy Metz to the stand. Glad you're at the stand already. Thank you. Can you please state and spell your last... Oh,
Can I swear in first?
oh, apologies.
Ms. Metz, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thanks. Am I fine to go forward? Sorry, a little tired. Thank you. Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Lucy Metz, M-E-T-Z.
Thank you. Who are you employed by and in what capacity?
I'm a senior associate at Synapse Energy Economics.
And did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed, in this case, 54 pages of testimony in both a public and confidential version on February 17th, 2026?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to your direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in your pre-filed direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Powers, I move that Ms. Metz's pre-filed direct testimony in both public and confidential versions be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony, both public and confidential, will be entered in the records if given orally from the stand. The confidential version shall remain so and under seal unless the Commission rules otherwise.
Did you cause, or Ms. Metz, did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case with your direct testimony, 15 exhibits labeled as LM1 through LM15, 2 of which were marked confidential, and those 2 are LM3 and LM10?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to these exhibits?
No.
Chair Powers, I would like to move into the record both the public and confidential exhibits attached to Ms. Metz's pre-filed direct testimony as a composite exhibit.
All right. The pre-filed exhibits of witness Lucy Metz, identified as LM1 through 15, will be marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 12. The confidential versions of these exhibits shall remain confidential under the same ruling.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Metz, did you also cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case 25 pages of surrebuttal testimony on March 17th, 2026?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to your surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I move that Ms. Metz's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The surrebuttal testimony of Ms. Metz will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Metz, did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case with your surrebuttal testimony 2 exhibits labeled as LM16 and LM17?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to exhibits LM16 or LM17?
No.
Chair Powers, I would like to move into the record the public exhibits attached to Ms. Metz's pre-filed surrebuttal as a composite exhibit.
The pre-filed exhibits known as LM16 to 17 of Ms. Metz are marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 13.
Ms. Metz, before we get to a summary of your testimony, can you describe your education and provide the Commission a summary of what your current job entails?
Yes. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Science from Smith College. And in my current role at Synapse, I conduct analysis on a variety of topics related to power plant economics and integrated resource planning. And I recently sponsored testimony in gas combined cycle CPCN dockets in Georgia, Kansas, and North Carolina.
And what clients do you typically work with?
Synapse works for a variety of clients, including state and local government agencies such as state energy offices, Public Utility Commission staff, attorneys general, and consumer advocates. We also work for a variety of environmental nonprofits, as well as for certain private companies, and some work for the federal government.
At this time, based on Ms. Metz's experience and qualifications, as also laid out in her CV, which is attached as Exhibit LM1 to her direct testimony, we would request that she be qualified as an expert witness in power system planning and reliability.
Any objection from any party? You may be the youngest expert we've had, but welcome.
I think it's a compliment. Okay, Ms. Metz, to avoid redundancy, did you prepare a combined summary of your direct and surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And can you please read it?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Lucy Metz, and I'm a senior associate at Synapse Energy Economics. I submitted both direct and surrebuttal testimony in this docket on behalf of the Sierra Club. The purpose of my testimony is to evaluate whether Santee Cooper and Dominion Energy South Carolina, together the joint applicants, have demonstrated that the full capacity of the Canadies combined cycle plant is needed. This is especially important because the Canadies CC is projected to cost ratepayers $5 billion, and the cost could increase substantially between now and its projected operational date of mid-2033. On top of this, the joint applicants seem poised to keep 3 aging, costly coal plants online until the Canadies CC is operational, and maybe even past that point, even if doing so results in hundreds of millions of dollars in environmental compliance costs for ratepayers. My testimony also explains that the claimed need for the Canadies CC is driven in part by the joint applicants' expectation that future large load customers, some of which are not backed by signed contracts, will be built in the Low Country. Finally, I discussed the risks of continued investment in fossil fuel resources and the benefits of lower cost, more modular and flexible battery storage paired with renewables in mitigating those risks. My testimony makes several recommendations, which I will address in turn. My first recommendation is that the Commission should make approval of the Canadies CC contingent on a firm commitment from Santee Cooper and Dominion to retire the Wateree, Williams, and Wynyah coal plants as soon as the Canadies CC comes online to protect ratepayers. The joint applicants propose that ratepayers pay off the estimated $5 billion for the Canadies CC through 2069, without any guarantee that there will be corresponding savings from the retirement of costly coal capacity. In rebuttal, the joint applicants argued that it would be premature to commit to retiring their coal capacity now. As I explained in my surrebuttal, the opposite is true. The best way to obtain sufficient replacement capacity for these coal plants is for Santee Cooper and Dominion to commit to retirement dates and then rigorously plan for the replacement of Wateree, Williams, and Wynyah. Over their past several integrated resource plans, Santee Cooper and Dominion delayed their planned retirement dates for Wateree, Williams, and Wynyah, increased the size of the proposed Canadies CC, and decreased their planned renewable build-out. The delays in coal retirement have caused the joint applicants to incur millions of dollars in environmental compliance costs that could have been avoided if they had retired the coal plants as originally planned. In addition, Wateree, Williams, and Wynyah are all aging plants and will become increasingly expensive to maintain going forward. Failing to retire these plants by 2034, around the time the Canadies CC is constructed, could result in significantly higher environmental compliance costs, particularly under the federal effluent limitation guidelines rules. In my testimony, I analyzed the forward-going capacity positions of Santee Cooper and Dominion. This analysis, the details of which are contained in the confidential portion of my testimony, further supports my recommendation that the Commission condition any approval of the Canadies CC on a firm commitment from Dominion to retire Wateree and Williams, and from Santee Cooper to retire Wynyah when the Canadies CC comes online. My second recommendation is that Santee Cooper should only procure resources to serve large load customers with signed contracts for electric service. This will help Santee Cooper avoid overbuilding and better enable it to use new resources such as the Canadies CC as replacement capacity for retiring coal plants. Santee Cooper is projecting a high level of load growth from prospective large load customers. It is currently planning to procure enough resources to serve its full resource planning load, even though 539 megawatts of its prospective large load, more than a third of Santee Cooper's projected load growth through 2033, is not backed by signed contracts. This approach is risky for existing ratepayers because if large load materializes more slowly than Santee Cooper currently projects, existing ratepayers will be left paying for unneeded assets. Given the magnitude and pace of demand growth from prospective large load customers, Santee Cooper needs to distinguish between the level of customer commitment in the load forecast it uses for long-term resource planning versus the one it uses for short-term resource procurement. I recommend that Santee Cooper adjust its approach to procure resources only up to the amount needed to serve large load customers with signed contracts for service. Importantly, this is consistent with the approach Dominion currently uses for resource procurement. Likewise, Dominion should follow Santee Cooper and Central's lead in developing a large load tariff, which would protect its existing ratepayers from future rate increases associated with the Kennedy CC and other resources that are constructed to serve prospective large load customers. My third recommendation addresses the cost of the Kennedy CC. Since the joint applicants began considering a jointly owned gas resource in their 2023 IRPs, the cost of new gas resources has escalated dramatically. Building the Canada CC now will lock South Carolina ratepayers into the current high costs for constructing this resource for decades to come. It will also lock in substantial fixed costs for firm gas supply, which the joint applicants will pay each year over the 36-year lifetime of the plant. The joint applicants are effectively asking this commission for a blank check to construct a gas plant that is now projected to cost at least $5 billion, a price tag that could continue to increase. Because the joint applicants are at an early stage for project contracting for the Kennedy CC, there is a material risk that project costs will escalate beyond the current projections. To protect ratepayers from the impacts of future cost escalation, I recommend that the Commission cap project costs for the Kennedy CC at the total amount the joint applicants currently estimate and require a separate demonstration of prudence for any expenditures above the cost cap. To minimize cost and risk for ratepayers, I also recommend that Santee Cooper and Dominion focus their near-term resource procurement on battery storage paired with renewables. Because of battery resources modularity, lifetime, and short construction timelines, batteries provide much-needed flexibility for the joint applicants to respond to the uncertain pace and magnitude of data center load growth. For example, if more large load customers materialize in the near future, Santee Cooper has ample time to procure battery storage and renewable resources to serve any remaining incremental capacity and energy needs. In contrast, constructing the Kennedy CC will reduce the joint applicant's flexibility in decision-making and lock ratepayers into shouldering the full cost of the project over its 36-year lifetime. Battery storage paired with renewables will also help shield ratepayers from fuel price volatility because solar and wind have no exposure to fuel price volatility once constructed. I would like to thank the Commission again for their time today, and I am happy to answer any questions related to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Metz. The witness is now available for cross.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the Dominion Energy?
Mr. Chairman, we're not going to delay Ms. Metz's travels back to Massachusetts, and we have no questions.
All right. Any questions from Santee Cooper?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Say CCL.
Good afternoon, Ms. Metz. I'm Thomas Gooding. I represent CCL and SACE. I just have a few questions for you today. First, in your testimony, you note that Santee Cooper's load forecast in this case includes prospective large load customers without signed contracts for electric service. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did Dominion include uncommitted large load customers in its load forecast?
No, Dominion only includes large load customers in its forecast if they have signed a contract for electric service.
Okay, thank you. In your opinion, what are some of the risks of including uncommitted large load customers in the forecast?
This is risky because much more large load enters the pipeline of large load customers in a utility service area than will actually materialize in that service area. Many data centers engage in venue shopping, so they'll submit requests in multiple jurisdictions, but then, of course, will only construct in one of them. And so because it's reasonable for utilities to include some of this load in their resource planning process to see how the system might look under a higher level of load materialization. But when it comes to actually procuring resources, which involves such a high level of commitment of ratepayer money and the expectation that those funds will be recovered from ratepayers, it's best practice to only procure resources for large load customers that are truly committed to materializing in the utility service area, and the signed contract indicates that commitment from the large load customers.
Thank you. In addition to the possibility that load might not materialize, even if load does materialize, there's still some risk to ratepayers from large load additions. Is that right? Like increased system costs, for example?
That's correct, and that's part of the reason a large load tariff is important for these customers, because that process ensures, first of all, that there are enough safeguards in place to make sure that the data center is committed to paying a rate over multiple years. So often these tariffs will include minimum term lengths of about 15 to 20 years, and also that the customers are committed to paying a minimum amount to reduce cost shifting to existing ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. And while Santee Cooper does have a large load tariff in place, Central Electric Cooperative does not. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that Central may recently have established a large load tariff, although I haven't reviewed the terms of that in detail.
Okay, thank you. And does Dominion have a large load tariff to your knowledge?
No, Dominion does not.
Okay. Switching gears, Ms. Metz, you note in your testimony as well that the joint applicants have not committed to retiring coal assets when they plan to bring the Kennedy's plant online. Could you tell us some of the risks that are inherent in continuing to rely on coal?
Sure. So although the joint applicants have made a variety of vague statements about how the Canada's CC may be related to or may enable retirement of these 3 coal plants, they have been unwilling to make a firm commitment to retire the coal plants when the CC comes online. And that's risky because as we heard yesterday from the company, these coal plants are approaching the end of their useful lives. They'll require more and more capital investment each year to replace parts as they break and keep the plants operational. They also require investment for environmental compliance costs. Even once those retrofits are installed, they often have very high annual maintenance costs. So there's a high cost to ratepayers to keeping these aging plants online each year. And it's important for Santee Cooper and Dominion to commit to retiring these plants, because only once they have that commitment in place can they rigorously plan to make sure that they have enough replacement resources in place. So a large amount of that replacement capacity can likely come from the Canada's CC, and to the extent that the joint applicants have incremental capacity and energy needs beyond that, they need to start planning now to make sure that they can bring online battery storage and renewable resources or other resources to serve that incremental capacity need.
Thank you. And finally, just one more question for you. The fact that no EPC contract is in place for this project yet creates significant uncertainty in the joint applicant's estimated budget for the joint resource. Is that right?
That's correct. The EPC contract is usually the largest category of project costs. So without having received the bids for those, there is uncertainty in what the final costs will be.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. All right. Any questions from Carolina Gas Transmission?
No questions.
All right. New Course Steelberg?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lauren Vudi Stansfield, John M.
No
Burbidge.
questions, Chair Powers.
All right. Officer Regulatory Staff?
No questions, Chair Powers.
Commissioners, questions? Any commissioner questions? Commissioner Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to South Carolina, Ms. Metz.
Thank you.
Were you here yesterday?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so you heard the testimony. I made a comment during one of my, I guess, questioning of one of the witnesses. Asked them, and I want to ask you, do you realize that 4 out of the 10 fastest growing counties in South Carolina are located around this project?
Yes, I did hear the discussion of that yesterday.
You know, did that come up in your study about the need for this facility?
Yes. So, of course, the joint applicants need to procure enough resources to serve the load they have. My recommendations are really about making sure that the resource additions are right-sized to the amount of load growth that is truly committed to materializing, and then also that there are safeguards in place to make sure that as resources such as the Canada CC are added, that they aren't driving up costs unnecessarily for ratepayers. So putting the cost cap in place to protect against project cost escalation, and then committing to retire these other coal plants that won't be needed once the Canada CC comes online.
Well, in your study of the area and the potential need or not need for this project, did you come up with a number of megawatts that are needed in this area? The area of the project we're talking about.
My analysis was mainly focused on the total load and resources need of both utilities as a whole.
So you didn't come up with a number of megawatts that they might need?
I did not, and my understanding is that generally the utility planning would take place at the utility level and not at the individual county level.
Did you recommend or suggest to Dominion Energy South Carolina and Santee Cooper that they study battery and battery storage as an alternate to constructing the Kennedy site?
Yes, my recommendation, after reviewing the company's modeling, I was concerned that it may not have captured if a smaller combined cycle resource paired with greater battery storage and renewable additions would provide the same energy and capacity to ratepayers, but at lower cost and lower risk due to reduced fuel price, volatility exposure, and other factors. So that was one of the recommendations in my testimony.
Did you have an idea how many megawatts that smaller combined cycle facility would be?
No, that calculation was not part of my analysis.
So you just suggested they use a smaller facility and generators and combined with solar and battery storage along with the coal-fired plants that are currently in existence.
So the idea is that once the Canada CC comes online, the coal plants can be retired, because otherwise there would be, looking at the company's entire capacity position, there would not be the need for both the coal plants and the Canada CC, especially because any remaining incremental capacity need can be served by battery storage and renewable additions. My testimony also highlighted a number of benefits that BESS and renewables provide. You know, recognizing that the company is far along in the process of developing the Canada CC, if it's too late to consider that in this docket, then I recommend that the companies focus their future procurement efforts for remaining load growth on battery storage and renewables, since those resources do provide a variety of benefits in terms of their modularity, their construction timelines, their resource lifetimes.
But I thought you just testified that you didn't do a study to determine how many megawatts might be needed to serve this explosion of growth in residents. I'm not talking about industry, industrial, or any other, great load or high load project. These are residents talking about adding substantial number of people to the area. And were you here? I mean, you said you were here yesterday, so you heard Mr. Neely's testimony, because I was asking him the question, and I used your name in my questioning. I said witness Metz suggested that Dominion and Santee Cooper look at solar and battery storage, and so when I was asking him, how many megawatts would need to be produced or from solar to generate 2,200 megawatts. Did you hear what he said? How many acres of solar would be needed to generate 22 megawatts of power?
Yes, thank you for bringing this up. I believe he said
60,000.
Yes, and I did want to revisit this. I think there are a few aspects of this analysis to unpack. So, first of all, it is true that renewables require a larger footprint to provide the same capacity and energy than gas resources. There is a lot of area available for siting solar. That is brownfield sites, rooftops, existing rights of way next to highways. So this is land that is already in use and can easily have solar added to it.
In the low country?
I have not done a parcel by parcel evaluation, but I would assume that there are highways and there is land next to it. There are rooftops available. I also want to revisit that calculation of 60,000 acres. I believe he was estimating 6 gigawatts of solar, and a more typical estimate for the density of solar that can be placed on an acre is about 5 megawatts per acre. So that would really only be 30,000 acres of land.
Only 30,000.
Still a sizable amount of land, but much less than the estimate that was put out yesterday. And in addition, I haven't heard any interreader in this docket suggest that the company completely replace the Kennedy CC with solar. You know, things are seldom so black and white, and this is really all about finding the right balance that minimizes risk exposure for ratepayers. So the solar can be added gradually over time as space is available for it.
Well, it wasn't, you know, I didn't hear it from the interveners. I heard it from witnesses over the course of public hearings. You know, that's one of the things that they really promoted us to take a look at and back up. And yesterday when I was talking with Mr. Neely, and again, I'll quickly go over it and it won't be long. Clemson professor done an in-depth study who testified on another project up in Anderson, and he came up with a number, and he produced a paper. You know, to generate 1,400 megawatts of power, it take 12,448 acres. Now, that was just to get the 1,400 megawatts. As Mr. Neely explained to me and the ones in the audience, you just can't take 1,400 megawatts and expect it, an acreage, to generate 1,400 megawatts. It's going to take probably 3 times that. And that's where, because the comment I had made, it was going to take 20,000 acres. That was my math, which I think is, you know, very conservative. Say even if it is 20,000, but as Mr. Neely said, you can't just say 2,000 or 2,100 megawatts and the acreage, because you actually have to triple it, because again, it gets dark, and you know, not just during the summer, it's only dark for maybe 12 hours, but the winter, more time. So that's where I came up with this, and I started thinking about, again, this is one of the fastest growing regions in the state of South Carolina. Where are you going to find, whether the number is 20,000 that I originally thought, or 30,000 acres as you suggested, or if Mr. Neely's right, it's 60,000 acres. Where in the world are you going to find that? And then when he came up with a number of, you know, we're talking about $5 billion, you were just suggesting that the commission cap that. The number he gave to build, you know, a $6,000 megawatt facility with 2,000 megawatts of battery storage, $13.5 billion to construct that. If you did it just like what I thought you were suggesting in your testimony. So that's all that I have for you, but I appreciate you coming, and have a good flight back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Belson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Metz. Appreciate you being here. I just wanted to clarify, when you're speaking of large loads in your testimony, are you only referring to data centers, or primarily?
I don't believe we received data from the joint applicants exactly breaking down which types of large load customers are materializing, but my understanding is that this is primarily data center load.
Well, I mean, is that what you intended in your testimony, or can you define what large load means as used in your testimony for me?
Yes, customers over a certain megawatt threshold, mainly data centers. I think there may also be a few manufacturing facilities included in that mix.
But can you tell me what that megawatt threshold is? That's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm looking for a number.
It varies jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and I'm actually not sure. My testimony reuses the category in Santee Cooper's large load forecast, and I'm actually not sure off the top of my head what their cutoff is.
Would you be surprised to know that since I've been on the commission, which I reckon I came in 2019, that there's been talk of retiring for Dominion, of course, Williams and with Santee, Cooper, Winyall, that this commission has on numerous occasions asked both companies, are you planning to retire those before you have replacement capacity? Would you be surprised to know that we've been asking that question?
I would not be surprised. One of the concerns that I highlight in my testimony is how many times the retirement dates of these coal plants have been pushed back, resulting in much higher environmental compliance costs for ratepayers. So I'm aware that this issue has been present in South Carolina for a number of years and keeps getting delayed.
And I understand that, and I understand that the dates have been moving somewhat. But when we are tasked with a reliability issue, we want to make sure that something's not there is replacement there before something is retired.
Of course, and my recommendation is that the joint applicants commit to retirement dates in part so that it's ensured that they have replacement capacity available. Because if they don't have that commitment, I am concerned that, again, it will be a few years before the planned retirement. The joint applicants will say, we don't have enough replacement capacity because we didn't plan and for that capacity, we didn't procure that capacity, and then suddenly the retirement dates need to be pushed back even further.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you being here for your testimony. Thank you. That's all,
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Bells. Mr. Cass.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Ms. Metz.
Thank you.
In your, as I was going through your testimony and your recommendations, are you familiar with what we call the Siting Act 5833?
Yes, I'm generally familiar with it.
In particular, 5833-160, where I have to have these. You will one day, maybe. Where it talks about decision of commission and what we have to consider in making that decision. And as I went through your recommendations, heard them and then read them, I was kind of curious relative to that 5833-160, if you develop these recommendations with those items in mind. Do you recall?
So of course, I'm not a lawyer. I wasn't focused on the exact interpretation of the requirements in that statute, but I generally focused on whether Santee, Cooper, and Dominion have demonstrated that there's a need for this facility, that they analyzed all options to identify the lowest cost and lowest risk solution to serve that need, and then that there are protections in place to make sure that rates aren't driven up unnecessarily for existing ratepayers.
Ms. Metz, I believe you got an engineering degree, right?
That's correct.
Woman after my own heart, so you don't have to apologize for not being an attorney to me. So, want to get you on your flight in time. I see where you were magna cum laude in 2022.
Yes.
I think Mr. Walker was only cum laude. Now, having said that about Mr. Walker, I was no laude. So, thank you, and you have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question. Your review has all been on paper, is that right? Have you visited any of the sites?
No, I have not.
Is this your first trip to South Carolina?
Actually, I've had the pleasure of coming one time previously.
Okay. But, you mentioned things like rooftops. A lot of this area is pretty rural. The rooftops would not really be able to, as far as transmission generation, that really wouldn't be a solution for us.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I haven't completed a resource availability analysis specifically for this area for solar resources. If there aren't rooftops, my guess is that means there is more open space available to site solar. I certainly would not attempt to match the familiarity of others in this room with South Carolina. I bring perspectives from other states who have worked on similar gas dockets, and I do think there would need to be more location-specific analysis of exactly where to site the solar resources.
Well, you do realize we have to grow things like cotton, so you can wear those clothes, do you not?
Yes, and maybe some opportunities for agrivoltaics there.
All right, thank you very much. Have a safe travel.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you very much. Is say CCL ready to go forward, or what?
We can go forward. I do expect that getting our witnesses' testimony and summaries into the record may take longer than the next 20 or 30 minutes. I'm not sure what time we're planning to leave this evening.
We'd like to keep going for at least an hour or two.
Okay. Yes. One of our witnesses is not available anymore this evening. Our third witness, Mr. Smead, he is on a plane right now traveling back from DC. He will be available tomorrow. But our first two witnesses are here and available. I'm happy to call them this time. Thank you, Chair Powers. So CCL and SACE will call Chelsea Hoteling and Sashi Kumar Kunan to the stand.
I think there was one witness may have a travel problem. Carolina Gas Transmission. Is your witness available here? Okay. Okay. Is there anybody that has a travel problem with their witnesses? All right. Let's proceed then, Ms. Nixon.
Ms. Hoteling, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Mr. Kanan, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to begin with you first, Ms. Hoteling. Could you please state your name, title, and employer for the commission?
Yes. My name is Chelsea Hoteling. I'm a senior consultant at Energy Futures Group.
Thank you. Would you please describe your educational background?
I earned a bachelor's degree in accounting and economics from Elmira College, and I earned 3 master's degrees from Clarkson University, a master's degree in environmental policy, a master's degree in data analytics, and a master's of business administration.
And could you please summarize your professional experience and qualifications for the commission?
Yes. I've worked in electric utility regulation and related fields for approximately 10 years. In that time, I reviewed dozens of integrated resource plans and related studies by utilities in numerous states, including South Carolina, Georgia, Kentucky, and West Virginia, among many others. I've performed my own capacity expansion, production cost and reliability modeling in numerous cases using multiple models, including Encompass, Aurora, Plexus, and the Strategic Energy and Risk Valuation Model, otherwise known as SERVM.
Thank you. As a consultant, have your clients been limited to environmental groups?
No, they have not. As a consultant, I provided services and tested on behalf of environmental groups like CCL and SACE, state agencies such as the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, electric utilities such as Washington Electric Cooperative, and technical nonprofits such as the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis.
Thank you. Chair Powers, at this time, we would ask for Ms. Hoteling to be qualified as an expert in capacity expansion modeling, production cost modeling, and SERVM reliability modeling.
All right. Is any objection from any party? She's so qualified.
Thank you. Ms. Hoteling, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on February 18th, 2026, direct testimony consisting of 47 pages?
Yes.
And did you cause to be pre-filed on April 8th, 2026, corrected direct testimony, also comprising 47 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any additional changes or corrections to your pre-filed corrected direct testimony at this time?
No.
And if the questions put to you in your corrected direct testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you also attach to your pre-filed direct testimony 3 exhibits marked as exhibits CH1 to CH3?
Yes.
Were each of those exhibits to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Powers, I would now move to have Ms. Hoteling's pre-filed corrected direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed corrected direct testimony of Ms. Hoteling will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
And I would also move to have Ms. Hoteling's direct exhibits CH1 through CH3 entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Pre-filed exhibits of witness Hoteling identified as CH1 through 3, marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 14.
Thank you. Ms. Hoteling, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on March 17th, 2026, surrebuttal testimony consisting of 14 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if the questions put to you in your surrebuttal testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I would now move to have Ms. Hoteling's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Ms. Hoteling will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Now, turning to you, Mr. Kanan, if you could turn your microphone on, please.
And put it where you're comfortable. You can pull it to you. It moves.
All right.
Can you please state your name, title, and employer for the commission?
Yep. My name is Sashi Kumar Kanan. I lead the power system planning team at Daymark Energy Advisors.
And Mr. Kanan, would you please describe your relevant education?
Yep. I have a bachelor's in electrical and electronics engineering from Anna University in Chennai, India, and I have a master's in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in power systems engineering from Clemson University in South Carolina.
Thank you. Would you also please summarize your professional experience and qualifications for the commission?
Yep. I have around 11 years of experience as a transmission planner and transmission modeler, working with system planning and system modeling groups at ISO New England for 9 years. For the last a little over 2 years, I've been leading the power system planning group at Daymark Energy Advisors, mostly working with resource developers, competitive transmission developers, utilities, and co-ops with strategic transmission planning, interconnection studies, and general engagement with the markets and utilities. I've also worked with the Georgia Public Service Commission staff, representing them in the IRP update docket.
Okay. Have you prepared or supported expert testimony for an environmental nonprofit or advocacy group prior to this proceeding?
I have not.
Okay. And prior to joining Daymark Consulting, where did you work?
I worked at the independent system operator at New England. So I was working with their system modeling group, system planning group. So I was responsible for power flow modeling, power flow analysis, power flow case development, and then stability case development, stability analysis. I work with working groups across NPCC and within the ISO New England domain, I guess.
Thank you. At this time, we would ask for Mr. Kanan to be qualified as an expert witness in transmission planning, reliability assessments under N-1 and N-1-1 criteria, voltage stability analysis, and transient stability studies, including steady state power flow analysis, and best practices in transmission planning analysis.
All right. Is any objection from any party? Hearing none, he's so qualified.
Thank you. Mr. Kanan, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on February 18th, 2026, confidential direct testimony comprising 71 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
If the questions put to you in your direct testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Did you also attach to your pre-filed direct testimony one exhibit marked as Exhibit SK1?
Yes.
And was that exhibit to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I would now move to have Mr. Kanan's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, with a confidential version remaining under seal.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Connon will be placed in the record as if given in orally from the stand. The confidential version of testimony shall remain confidential under the same rules as stated before, and only by permission of the commission.
And I would also move to have Mr. Kanan's direct exhibit SK1 entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
The pre-filed exhibit of witness Connon identified as SK1 is marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 15.
Thank you. Mr. Kanan, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on March 17th, 2026, so rebuttal testimony comprising 28 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
If the questions put to you in your rebuttal testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I would now move to have Mr. Kanan's pre-filed rebuttal testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Connon will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Kanan. I understand you both have prepared summaries of your testimony. Thank you so much. Beginning with Ms. Hoteling, can you please read your summaries for the commission?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair Powers and members of the Commission. As I stated earlier, my name is Chelsea Hoteling, and I'm a senior consultant at Energy Futures Group. I've worked in electric utility regulation and related fields for 10 years, and I have extensive experience performing capacity expansion, production costs, and reliability modeling in numerous cases before regulators in the United States. My resume is the first exhibit to my direct testimony and provides additional information about my qualifications and professional experience. My direct testimony evaluates whether Santee Cooper and Dominion Energy South Carolina have meaningfully compared the proposed joint resource to other generation options in terms of cost, reliability, fuel supply, and transmission constraints, among other factors as required under the Siting Act. I conclude that they have not. For years, Santee Cooper and Dominion have treated the joint resource as a foregone conclusion. In their IRPs and transmission impact analyses, the utilities have remained single-mindedly focused on pursuing the joint resource, even as its purpose has changed, its size and costs have substantially increased, and its timeline for completion has been pushed back further and further. The joint resource relies on the construction of a new greenfield gas pipeline that cuts across the South Carolina Low Country, requiring significant use of eminent domain and inviting substantial execution risk due to its location in one of the most environmentally sensitive areas of the state. CCL SACE analysis in this proceeding demonstrates that Santee Cooper and Dominion have not adequately considered reasonably available, cost comparable, and reliable alternatives to the joint resource that could avoid or mitigate these risks. We therefore recommend that the Commission reject the joint application. As outlined in Exhibit CH3 to my testimony, CCL SACE testimony in this proceeding consists of 3 separate but related analyses. First, in my testimony, I described the independent capacity expansion, production costs, and reliability modeling that I performed using the Encompass and Serva models to develop and test potential alternatives to the joint resource. This analysis is supported by separate but related analysis conducted by witnesses Sasi Kumar Kanan and Richard Smead, comparing the transmission and fuel supply costs for the Kennedy's plant to alternatives. Together, our testimony shows that there are cost comparable, reliable, and less risky alternatives to the joint resource that Santee Cooper and Dominion did not evaluate. For background, Dusk and Santee Cooper both conducted capacity expansion and production cost modeling in this proceeding using the modeling software tools they each use for their respective IRPs. That's Plexus for Dominion and Encompass for Santee Cooper. Both tools are used for a two-step modeling process. First, the capacity expansion step, where the model develops resource portfolios that minimize system cost given various modeling inputs and constraints such as the planning reserve margin. Second, the production cost step, where the model produces a present value revenue requirement, or PVRR, essentially a cost for each portfolio. For my analysis, informed by fuel supply and transmission analyses conducted by CCL SACE witnesses Smead and Kanan, I conducted similar modeling using an iterative process. I first developed resource portfolios for both Santee Cooper and Dominion using the Encompass capacity expansion model. Since Plexus is not available to interveners outside of IRP proceedings, I had to convert Dominion's modeling inputs at this stage so they could be used in Encompass. Next, I tested the reliability of the candidate resource portfolios developed in the capacity expansion stage. To do so, I used Servum, a type of modeling software that, among things, determines whether a resource portfolio meets reliability criteria. Finally, I passed the reliable candidate portfolios through the production cost modeling stage in Encompass to determine each portfolio's PVR, or cost. To develop these alternative resource portfolios, I primarily relied on the inputs assumptions that Santee Cooper and Dominion used in their own modeling, with certain key changes as outlined in tables 1 and 2 of my direct testimony. Importantly, I used different assumptions for each utility's load forecast. For Dominion, I used its high energy efficiency, or DSM, case rather than its base case, due to new changes enacted in Act 41 that require utilities to invest further in energy efficiency or DSM programs. Because Dominion has not updated its energy efficiency or DSM cases in response to these changes, I thought a reasonable assumption was simply to use its high case. For Santee Cooper, as I'll discuss more later, I used the utility's low load forecast, which excludes prospective large loads that have not made a financial commitment or signed an electric service agreement with Santee Cooper or Central Electric Cooperative. This is consistent with Dominion's treatment of large loads in its load forecast and ensures that the need for new resources is not based on speculative loads. To establish the near-term thermal alternatives to the joint resource, I worked closely with witnesses Smead and Kanan to develop a suite of specific units based on a combination of existing infrastructure where there would be viable fuel supply pathways and transmission needs. The CCL SACE alternative portfolio includes 3 thermal resources. The first is a 622 megawatt natural gas combined cycle resource at Dusk's ERCART facility to come online in 2031 and represent a conversion of the planned ERCART CT to a CC. And its capacity would be split 50% between Dusk and Santee Cooper. Second, for Dusk, the alternative portfolio includes converting the Williams coal plant, which currently operates which would be converted to a natural gas peaking facility. Third, for Santee Cooper, it includes a new 732 megawatt natural gas combined cycle plant to be located in Aiken. Encompass optimized the capacity expansion plans for both Santee Cooper and Dusk to determine the remaining resources that would be needed throughout each respective utility's planning period. The results of this capacity expansion modeling step are in tables 7 and 8 of my direct testimony. The underlying cost assumptions for the CCL SACE alternative portfolio are based on a combination of the joint applicant's own assumptions and information I gathered from the joint applicants in discovery or other proceedings. Where information from joint applications was lacking, I also used conservative assumptions based on relevant data from similar projects in other jurisdictions. The transmission and fuel supply costs for our portfolios were developed by witnesses Kanan and Smead, respectively. For the production cost step, I used the same approach as Santee Cooper and Dominion, respectively, to calculate the PVRR of the CCL SACE alternative portfolio for each utility. For both utilities, the difference in cost between the CCL SACE alternative portfolio and the joint applicant's portfolio is less than 1%, meaning the CCL SACE alternative portfolio is cost comparable. Additionally, in Dominion's case, when the PVR is calculated without end effects, our alternative is 2.86% lower in cost. The CCL SACE alternative portfolio does perform better than the Santee Cooper and Dusk portfolios when I ran them under each utility's respective high fuel cost scenarios. The CCL SACE alternative portfolio also exceeds industry standard reliability metrics. As I mentioned earlier, I tested the portfolio's reliability using Servum, which allowed me to determine, among other things, whether the alternative portfolio meets the loss of load expectation, or otherwise known as LOLE, standard. Under the LOLE standard, a portfolio is generally considered reliable if its loss of load expectation is only 1 day in 10 years, or no higher than 0.1 days per year. The CCL SACE alternate portfolio has an LOLE of 0.04 and 0.06 for Santee, Cooper, and Desk, respectively, substantially lower than the 0.1 LOLE industry standard. The CCL SACE alternate portfolio also has several advantages over the joint resource. It results in lower carbon emissions, presents less execution risk, and significantly reduces the need for new gas pipeline infrastructure. Whereas the success of the joint resource depends on the timely completion of 3 major interstate pipeline expansion projects, the CCL SACE alternate portfolio reduces Dominion and Santee Cooper's pipeline dependency to at most 2 projects and eliminates the need for the proposed Elba Bridge pipeline, which will have significant environmental impacts. Our alternative portfolio also reduces the risk of overbuilding generation facilities, which otherwise could impose significant costs on ratepayers. As explained in my direct testimony, I have concerns with the baseload forecast Santee Cooper used in its modeling for this case. That is why I use Santee Cooper's low load forecast in my modeling, as I mentioned earlier. Specifically, Santee Cooper's baseload forecast includes uncommitted large load customers, meaning the utilities resource portfolios could include new generation for load that may never materialize. Making resource procurement decisions based on uncommitted large load customers presents a significant risk of overbuilding capacity and exposing ratepayers to increased costs for potentially unnecessary capital investments. Given recent market trends and rising equipment costs, billions of dollars of capital investment are at stake. The CCL SACE alternate portfolio also reduces transmission capital expenditures and the need to acquire and construct as many gas turbines at a time when there is extraordinary demand for them. The portfolio would also provide greater resource diversity for both utility system, including the gas generation that I outlined earlier, and an expansion of some renewable resources, and including battery storage. Furthermore, rather than relying on the construction of a single large resource, the alternate portfolio takes a modular approach, allowing Dominion and Santee Cooper to increase energy and capacity on their systems across multiple locations, thus dividing up the risk of any single project's delay or failure, while making use of existing brownfield sites and avoiding the development of major new greenfield pipeline. I conclude my direct testimony by recommending that the Commission reject Santee Cooper and Dominion's application, given that the joint applicants have not adequately compared the joint resource to other generation options. Based on their rebuttal testimony, however, it is clear that the joint applicants have misunderstood the purpose of CCL SACE alternative analysis. Based on the testimony but from the joint applicants, it seems that the assumption is that we have proposed an alternative plan for the Commission to approve in this docket in place of the joint resource. That is incorrect. As I explained in my rebuttal testimony, the purpose of our analysis is to assess, based principally on Dominion and Santee Cooper's own assumptions, whether joint applicants have met their burden of proof by meaningfully comparing the proposed project to all available alternatives. In rebuttal, Santee Cooper and Dominion attempt to raise questions about our analysis. In my rebuttal, however, I respond to their material critiques and demonstrate that even after updating my analysis to account for their critiques, the CCL SACE alternate portfolio remains cost comparable and reliable. My conclusion remains unchanged. Dominion and Santee Cooper have failed to adequately consider reasonable available alternatives to the joint resource in terms of cost, reliability, fuel supply, and transmission constraints, among other factors. CCL SACE analysis shows that there are cost comparable, reliable, and less risky alternatives to the Kennedy's joint resource. I continue to recommend that the Commission deny Dominion and Santee Cooper's request for approval to construct and operate the joint resource and associated facilities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tailing. My co-counsel and I are going to swap out.
Does the court reporter need a minute to catch your breath after all that? Let's take just a second, let her catch your breath. Let's take a 10-minute break right now. and then start right back at, we'll come back at 10 after. We're in recess. Good evening. We're back on the record. And docket number 2025-323E. We are still having questioning of witnesses. And if ready to go?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Powers. Thank you, witness Hoteling, for sharing your summary. Mr. Cannon, would you also please share your summary for the commission?
Yeah. Good evening, Chair Powers, members of the commission. I'm Sashi Kumar Kannan, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you guys today. The purpose of my testimony is in this proceeding is twofold. The first is to provide my feedback on the transmission planning process, if you will, that led to selecting the Kennedy site by Dominion and Santee Cooper to build this facility. The second part of it is to conduct an independent transmission analysis to inform identification of alternative portfolios to the Kennedy's plan as modeled by witness Hoteling. Let me begin by discussing the shortcomings as I see it for the transmission planning approach adopted by the joint applicants. So my direct testimony goes into some depth about these shortcomings, so I will not discuss them in detail right here, but I do want to highlight a few key points. Right, the first one is it is important to recognize that the initial basis of the Kennedy's location was rooted in the 2021 Transmission Impact Analysis, or TIA, conducted by Dominion Energy, South Carolina. This was based on an entirely different set of circumstances than we are in today in 2026. The purpose of that initial TIA was to study the retirement and replacement of both Vineyard and Watery coal plants in 2028. DESC is no longer committing to the retirement date of those plants at all, but even if in the instances that they are, it has been significantly delayed to 2033. That study was also limited to just the DESC system, which the plant is no longer going to be sited just in. It also evaluated the plant at a much smaller capacity than the current Kennedy's plant. So the study, the 2021 study, was based on very different load forecast, renewable penetration, and other key assumptions. Since the 2021 study, DESC has conducted 5 additional TIAs, the most recent 2 completed in coordination with Santee Cooper. But in every single one of those studies, the base premise was that the Kennedy's plant was the correct solution to the retirements, and only configurations of the plants were really studied beyond 2021. Notably, Santee Cooper also conducted a transmission study in 2023 that had a more robust set of scenarios than the TIAs conducted by DESC. The analysis evaluated 9 different scenarios, including combined cycle options in Hampton County, Colleton County, and Aiken, as well as battery energy storage configuration at Vineyard site and other resource combinations. It also consisted of stability and short circuit screening studies as well. It concluded that siting the 650 megawatt battery storage at Vineyard would have significant transmission savings. Even then, in its later transmission planning assessments in conjunction with Dominion, it assumed that Kennedy's is the best location, and it did not compare it with any alternative scenarios past that. So another key point that I would like to make is that in each of these studies, the utilities use very different, base cases, methodologies, and even modeling frameworks compared to previous studies. As a result, it is difficult for people outside the process to meaningfully understand the differences and how alternate portfolios might have performed in future TIAs. The joint applicants did mention that these varied modeling approaches and assumptions are not a drawback, but do support the Kennedy's being the right option. It might have been true if the studies looked at a range of alternatives with updated assumptions, but it did not. The IRP process provides a useful analogy here. If a utility were trying to determine what the best resource portfolio is, they might evaluate a range of alternatives under different scenarios using a particular software tool. Each year, they might update certain assumptions such as fuel costs, capital costs, and then rerun the model to determine how the resource portfolios change or performed under those different scenarios. And that would inform if their initial choice was the right one, and subsequent updating of the preferred portfolio could happen. But in this case, the utility instead only did the initial evaluation to determine the preferred portfolio 5 years ago, and every year after that, the TIA only evaluated that one portfolio as the main solution to the question of the retirement. They did make a few small adjustments to the portfolio in the form of configuration of candidates, but fundamentally, it basically is the same solution. This approach, I do not think answers the question, is this the best portfolio to select? Instead, it would answer the question, what configuration of candidates would be the best solution to this, to the replacement of the retirements, I guess. Based on this, I conclude that the transmission planning of the joint applicants conducted was insufficient to support the need for candidates' resources from a transmission perspective, because it did not perform a comparative analysis with updated load and other assumptions. Turning to my independent transmission analysis of the joint applicant systems, I want to be very clear about the purpose of this analysis and what the limitations are based on the data that the applicants were willing to make available. And most importantly, the incredible short timeline of this proceeding. There is no way that we as interveners could have conducted a full TIA. My analysis was supposed to be step one screening analysis that asked the question, how does the joint resource compare with alternative resources and alternative sites from a transmission planning and cost perspective, given the current set of assumptions that we have today? The appropriate follow-up for this screening would be to conduct a more detailed analysis with updated assumptions as needed to confirm the results and ultimately end with a DICES study once the appropriate generation facility were identified. So the conclusions of my analysis is that the alternative resource portfolio presented by witness hoteling from a transmission cost perspective does perform better. So the way I conducted the analysis was I split it up into 3 different parts. First was a headroom or injection capacity analysis to understand where in Desk and Santee Cooper there might be headroom available to site resources. This fed into Ms. Hoteling and Mr. Sneed's analysis as well to form the portfolios that we ended up with. Second, I conducted a independent reliability resource study comparing from a transmission standpoint the cost associated with the joint resource versus other generation build scenarios. This was developed and compared using the indicative transmission upgrade cost for Candice resource as proposed, and the alternative build scenarios using the megawatt impact and distribution factor method, an attribute-based method for comparing relative upgrade exposure across the different scenarios. Finally, I consider the cost and schedule risk associated with the transmission infrastructure required for the Candice plant, including equipment procurement, lead times, and the use of potentially older cost assumptions. Daymark's analysis was done in conjunction with witness hoteling's analysis and Mr. Sneed's to compare transmission costs of the portfolio against Candice. The Daymark scenario 1, which Ms. Hoteling uses in her testimony, which aligns with the CCL SACE alternative portfolio, includes a 422 megawatt plant at ERCOT a 732 megawatt plant at Icon, and a 600 megawatt facility at Williams, which the coal plant is converted to a gas plant. The second scenario that Denmark evaluated puts an additional 732 megawatt facility at Jasper. Both of these were compared against the same Candy's facility. The result of this analysis showed that scenario 1, which Ms. Hoteling uses in her testimony, performed much better than the Kennedy's option from a transmission planning perspective. In my rebuttal testimony, I respond to several criticisms of my analysis that the joint applicants raised in rebuttal. As I note in my testimony, a number of those critiques were the result of the joint applicants not providing the relevant information in response to our discovery questions. Other criticisms were based on the fact that my analysis was screening level, which, as I discussed earlier, was the intention of the analysis. I did not intend this to be a full-fledged TIA. However, I did update my analysis based on the feedback that I got and the criticisms raised by the joint applicants, and demonstrated that all the ultimate conclusions remain the same. The CCL safe alternative portfolio will still save almost 230 million transmission costs compared with the joint resource in the future scenario, 2035 future scenario that we studied. In conclusion, based on my review of the record, the evidence provided by Santee Cooper and DESK does not support approval of the joint applicant at this time. The transmission planning analysis do not provide sufficient transparency, scope, and consistency to demonstrate that the proposed joint resource represented the most cost-effective outcome under evolving system conditions.
Thank you both. Chair Powers, the witnesses are now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Dominion?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Santee Cooper?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any questions from Sierra Club?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Ms. Hoteling, I have a few questions for you. First, about solar energy. In your testimony, you are not recommending an alternative portfolio that replaces the entire 2,180 megawatts of the proposed Kennedy's plant with only solar, right?
That is correct. Both portfolios have a mixture of resources, including natural gas, higher levels of DSM for DESK, a mixture of solar and battery storage. So it's a combination of resources.
Thanks. But in general, solar does have certain benefits over fossil fuels, such as gas, right?
That is correct. There's the potential for fuel cost savings by investing in solar.
And does solar particularly have more benefits when it's combined with batteries?
Yes, combining solar with batteries, the batteries can bring the additional capacity value, and combining that with the solar energy.
Thanks. And the joint applicants themselves have quite a bit of solar energy on their systems already, right?
I believe the number that we heard yesterday from DESK was about 1,200 megawatts. So yes, there is solar in the system.
Okay, and they've modeled scenarios that do rely quite heavily on solar, right?
I believe there were high renewable scenarios evaluated.
Okay. We've heard a number of questions about siting solar in the Low Country. And I hope I'm phrasing this question clearly, but if the joint applicants were to bring more of this utility scale solar on their grids, do the solar units need to be sited right in the counties experiencing load growth, or can they be sited elsewhere and still provide their energy onto the grid?
They can still provide energy, across the service territories of both utilities, and it'd be a question of studying the projects that are evaluated to determine the best projects to move forward with.
Thanks. So, in other words, energy generation resources feed electrons onto the grid, even if those electrons are used in other parts of the grid from where they're located, right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions about the joint applicants' load forecasts. I'm going to put this works. So this is a graph from Sierra Club witness Lucy Metz's direct testimony. Can you see it clearly? Should I zoom in?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So there's also been some talk of residential growth, load growth in several South Carolina counties. But based on this graph with data from Santee Cooper, would you agree that residential and commercial load is relatively stable?
Yes, this graph shows stable growth.
And do you see the large category of potential large load at the top of the graph?
I do.
So would you agree that the need for the joint resource is primarily driven by growth from these sorts of large load users, including data centers?
Yes, the growth in data center and other large load customers is a big factor here.
And that's your understanding based on your analysis of the record, not just this graph, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
New Course Steel, Berkeley.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lauren B. Moody Stanfield and John M. Burbidge.
No questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the Office of Regulatory Staff?
No questions.
Commissioner questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just in the interest of time, and well, sorry, you're finished. You've excused this panel. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Is any redirect?
No redirect. Thank
Okay.
you. We would ask that our witnesses be excused.
We were going to excuse that panel. We wanted to get to Carolina Gas Transmission's witness tonight.
Well, and just to just a quick thing to help move this along in the interest of expediency. I don't know that if SMED would like to, we won't have any cross if they'd like to just stipulate that witness into the testimony into the record. And some of the other parties like ORS might be interested in stipulating testimony into the record if that were to help the chair in his efforts to be efficient. We're just trying to be cooperative.
Well, there could be commissioner questions. There could be questions from the other
Of course.
parties.
We recognize that. I just said we was just an offer to the extent helpful.
Well, I wish we could.
Mr. Vermeulen, if you'll raise your right hand, please. It was on. Turn it. Press it one more time. There, it's on. Okay. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vermeulen. I'm sorry I don't have a name card for you there.
That's all right.
Would you please state your name for the record and tell us who you are employed by and in what capacity?
Yes, sir. Tommy Wayne Vermeulen Jr. I'm employed by Carolina Gas Transmission, been there for 32 years, and I'm the general manager there of operations at Carolina Gas.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony for this docket of 15 pages consisting of 11 pages of question and answer and a 3-page exhibit plus a cover page previously filed with this commission on February 17, 2026?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that upon objection by the joint applicants, the commission has stricken the questions and answers beginning with page 8, line 14, and continuing through page 10, line 22, and the exhibit of that pre-filed testimony?
Yes, that's correct. I understand that.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the stricken material that was previously provided to the commission and all parties in writing, I would note under Commission Rule 103-849B as a proffer of evidence that the stricken part of that writing constitutes the offer of proof. And just for purposes of completing that offer of proof and not for introduction of evidence, I'm going to ask Mr. Vermeulen one question about that stricken part. And that is, Mr. Vermeulen, for purposes, if I were to ask you the stricken questions here today, would your answer be the same to those stricken questions?
They would, yes.
Okay. And again, that's only for purposes of the proffer of evidence. It's not for of the offer of proof, not to put this into evidence.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Matthews, but the page number and line number that Mr. Matthews cited did not sync up with the commission's directive. So could I just ask you to repeat what you said, Mr. Matthews?
My understanding was page 8, beginning at line 9, and continuing through the bottom of page 10, which was line 22. Is that not consistent with what you're seeing there? I'll have to go back to.
Well, I think the directive says line, I just want to be clear. I think the directive says page 8, line 10. I didn't go back and look at.
Page 8, line 10, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Burgess, I'm looking at our directive in this matter, and it's page 8, lines 10 through 22, page 9, lines 1 through 14,
right.
Page 9, line 15 through page 10, line 22,
right.
As well as exhibit TWV1.
Yeah, I think that's exactly correct.
That's correct.
Mr.
And I
Chairman.
apologize, my reference to page 8, line 9 is from another piece of my note here, which is that's where it ends, where the good part ends and the bad part begins. You're exactly right. At page
No
8,
worries.
line
I just
10.
want to make sure the record was clear on that point. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Vermeulen, turning to that remaining unstricken part of your pre-file testimony, that is page 1, line 1, through page 8, line 9, and then all of page 11, do you have any changes or additions to it?
There's no changes.
If I were to ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be the same, yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I move that the pre-file direct testimony of Mr. Vermeulen, excluding the stricken portions, be admitted into the record as if orally given from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony minus the stricken portion will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Vermeulen, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
Would you please deliver your summary of your direct testimony other than the stricken portions at this time?
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Powers, Vice Chairman Williams, and the other commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today. Once again, my name is Wayne Vermeulen. I'm the General Manager of Carolina Gas Transmission, which is based here in Columbia, South Carolina, our headquarters. Just like DSC, CGT is a South Carolina-based company that was acquired by an outside state parent company, but we are still operated and maintained by a local South Carolina team. In my role, I'm responsible for safe, reliable, and efficient operations and maintaining, obviously, regulatory compliance throughout our footprint, which is majority in South Carolina and a small portion, 2 counties near Savannah in Georgia. CGT has been serving this great Palmetto State for greater than 70 years. And I feel blessed to be part of it for almost half of it, 32 years. Like many here, South Carolina is our home. We live here, we work here, we go to church here, we raise our families here. CGT has approximately 1,500 miles, the scattered veins across this great state of transmission pipe with 6 dependable compressor stations scattered around, strategically located in our state, and many metering stations that obviously serve our customers, which are industrial customers, our power generation that's been discussed here today related to Kennedy's, in which we served Kennedy's to some capacity when it was originally commissioned, and local distribution companies scattered around the state to include 97 sites in which we serve DSC directly. We are firm transportation. We are interstate. So that's similar to what others have discussed related to other pipelines here today. We do have some interruptible load on our system as well. My testimony provides information about CGT assets that are located on the proposed Kennedy's joint resource site. I too, Chairman, thought the drone flyover was excellent. In there, Keller Kassam showed our assets, our high level of our assets, Carolina Gas's assets coming into the facility, and also what's there on site, which is a above ground facility that has telemetry, which means that information comes back to our control room, so we can operate and obviously control and monitor the system, and also leaves that site, which ultimately goes to Dorchester and then down to Charleston, South Carolina. My testimony talks through the potential impact during construction of the Kennedy's facility, just due to the pure nature of where our pipeline and above ground facilities are located. It was also shown in the drone aerial there that the switch yard, and it's been mentioned many times throughout the other testimonies by Santee and by DSC about work taking place on related to that switch yard, and I'm certainly others there on site. Our pipeline goes adjacent to, and in one location goes through that electrical switch yard. That's why the assets, as I described in my testimony, are very critical that we're part of the planning process with contractors. There's absolutely no doubt that there's good relationships between Carolina Gas and DSC and Santee Cooper, but when you have that many contractors on site and that size of a project, that can get lost. So we want to be engaged throughout the whole process, upfront planning, and then obviously throughout while work is taking place on the site. I provide testimony also of certain conditions that will allow CGT to continue to operate safely there, once again, by that planning process and by coordinating our personnel, our operation personnel, to be there on site when certain activities are taking place. It doesn't even have to be right on top of our easement. It can be adjacent to or anywhere on the site that may impact where we need to monitor the pipelines and above ground facility that's located there. Finally, I noted several points for consideration by the Commission in the evaluation of the Energy Infrastructure Project application of the Siting Act in this proceeding. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Vermeulen. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vermeulen is available for cross-examination and questioning by the Commission.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Dominion?
No, sir. No questions.
Santee Cooper?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Say CCL?
No questions.
All right. Sierra Club?
No questions.
All right. Nucor Steel Berkeley?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lauren V. Moody Stanfield and John M. Burbidge?
No questions.
Thank you. Office of Regulatory Staff?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners?
Chair Powers.
Commissioner Caston?
We're during the demolition and I guess the repurposing of that particular site, and as I understand it, they did use some explosives. Were you there? Or was Carolina Gas there or involved with that at all?
Yes, sir. We were the same entity then, so good coordination. And once again, that's what I'm here to talk about today, to continue good coordination related to it. But yes, sir, I mean, me personally being on site, I mean, I've been there 20 plus times to that site, but I had personnel out there on site when activities was taking place, because we had to decommission part of our assets as well, because once again, we serve the plant, the coal plant. I know you think coal plant, natural gas, but obviously they had boilers and heat load, et cetera, that we serve. So we decommissioned our meter and regulation station along with the service line that was there. So yes, sir, we were there.
All right, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, exactly what it is you're wanting us to do or me to do. That said, has there been any, has Dominion been mean to you? I mean, have they not, is there something that we're not aware of that they have not wanted to include you in anything lately?
Even though I'm a Gamecock alumni, they have not
I observed that, but I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. But I'm born and raised here in South Carolina, so hopefully I get a little credit for that. No, sir. Once again, the differences are this is a large-scale project on this, large footprint. We go right through basically the middle of it. That can be argued, but right through the site itself. High-pressure gas line, so for the safety, obviously, of the contractors and vendors working there, and of course, reliability of continually serving our great state. So, and then once again, the entity change, we just want to make sure that relationship and that communication is there. So that's what I'm asking the commission.
I understand, and I guess the good news is that they're all in this room, and I expect everybody heard you. I also want you to know, whether you're a South Carolina graduate, whether you're from anywhere in the world, it doesn't change my view or opinion. I respect you, your opinion, and what y'all came here for, and that's why we're here.
That's
so
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I want to thank you, Mr. Vermillion, for sticking in here so late.
Yes, sir.
And,
No problem.
and being chipper during your presentation. Is the only outcome you're hoping to achieve by participating as an intervener is to have a seat at the table during the potential construction of this project? Is that it?
Well, that wasn't the initial intentions, but as attorney said, that part of my testimony was stricken. So to stick to what's been approved here to talk about, the answer to that would be yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mr. Boyd, the stricken portion that you offered under Rule 103, which is I guess would be the commission directive, we will mark that as exhibit number 15 or 16. Okay.
Because it's stricken, I'm not sure it would be an exhibit. It's just a reference to the fact that those were taken out of the pre-file testimony. Is it?
Mr. Boyd, I think what the chairman was just trying to explain, to proffer the stricken material from the testimony
It will be an
would be
exhibit
proffered
as a proffer.
and then also the exhibit itself that was stricken, which was TWV-1, would be marked, not entered, marked as a proffer as exhibit 16.
Thank you. And just for the record, Mr. Boyd is the brains of the outfit. I'm Mr. Matthews. I'm just the eye candy.
I was about to clarify that same point.
Well, I hope after tomorrow I don't see either one of you for a few days.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
One quick follow-up. I know I let the eye candy get away before I hurled it at Mr. Vermillion. One quick question. I think you had a couple of questions from the commissioners about your concerns about the activities at the site and your facilities at Kennedy's, and you seem to be a little bit more at ease about that now. One quick question for you on you provided a map on I guess it's 13 of your testimony, and your map is much smaller than the one the company provided, and I could see their 71-mile proposed line that from Scriven County, Georgia, to the site. But you have a
Mr. Chairman, I am very sorry to interrupt Mr. Whitfield, but I was just a little concerned that his question was going into the exhibit that was struck from the.
Is that one struck?
If it's on what?
Yes.
13, yes. Don't. If it's.
Okay. Let's scratch that. Any reference to that page, and I'll just ask the question: of the proposed 71-mile line, does it interfere with any of your other lines over around the possibly Hampton County area? Again, I'm guessing where do they or does this line take a route that's a little more, as far as you know, the line is proposed, does it take a little more southern route than the end of your line, or does it
Mr. Chairman, I really hate to interrupt Commissioner Whitfield on this point, but again, the matters that he's inquiring about, this commission has decided to strike that from the record.
Yeah, this is not in the record.
Okay, all right, sorry about that, and disregard the question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any redirect? Okay. Well, we're getting toward the cool of the evening, and I don't see how we could start one of the others at this time, but we would. Is it possible to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock? Because we really need to finish tomorrow morning. We got other things scheduled. Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, I'm John Burbage, and I've been enjoying the pleasure of your company for 16 hours now. But I've been directed by my boss, my wife, to get my you-know-what home sooner rather than later. I would deeply appreciate if I could do my section of this quickly and leave. I can't come back in the morning.
I have to talk to your attorney, not to you.
If the chair and the commission are willing, I'm certainly happy to accommodate.
Is there any objection? All right, let's.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much. While you're getting to the podium, go ahead and put on the record that Mr. Knapp has no witnesses. Nucor Steel Berkeley has no witnesses. CMC Steel South Carolina had no witnesses. And Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group has no witnesses, which will get to my list to Mr. Burbage.
Thank you, Chair Powers.
All right, thank you.
We will go through this expeditiously. We call John Burbage to the stand, and Mr. Burbage, activate your microphone. Thank you.
Mr. Burbage, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
John M. Burbage.
Mr. Burbage, did you provide pre-filed written direct testimony in this proceeding as an intervener on February 17th, 2026, consisting of 7 pages?
Yes.
If the questions put to you in your direct testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Did you attach any exhibits to your direct testimony identified as Exhibit A, understanding that there's a disagreement about that exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. And was the exhibit prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Chair Powers, just to preserve errors for appellate review, we object to the decision to strike portions of Mr. Burbage's testimony, but subject to our objection, we move to have Mr. Burbage's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony will be entered in the record as given from the stand with the stricken portion removed.
Thank you, Chair Powers. Mr. Burbage, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this matter on March 17th, 2026, sir, rebuttal testimony consisting of 3 pages?
Yes.
If the questions put to you in your sir rebuttal testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attach any exhibits to your sir rebuttal testimony identified as exhibits A through G, understanding that we have agreed to strike Exhibit A?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Chair Powers, for the same reasons already argued and to preserve errors for appellate review, we object to the Commission's decision to strike certain portions of Mr. Burbage's testimony, but subject to that objection, I would move to have Mr. Burbage's pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony will be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Burbage, I understand you've prepared a summary of your direct and sir rebuttal testimony for the Commission Would you please present your summary at this time?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for hearing me out here, and I'm sorry I insisted on speaking, but I've been here for 2 days now, and I'm in trouble if I don't get out of here soon. I'm not here as an expert, but I am someone who owns land in the path of this project. I have a 117-acre farm in Hampton County that is protected by a conservation easement with the Low Country Land Trust. And the proposed natural gas power plant in Kennedys would require this high-pressure pipeline that would cut right across my property and through the middle of my county. And I'm asking you to deny the project. And if you don't, then at the very least, you need to fully examine all the environmental impacts, because there are many, direct, indirect, cumulative, and put strong conditions in place to reduce the harm as much as possible. Mr. Kissam noted here yesterday that my farm was removed from consideration as a right-of-way site for the pipeline. That was the first that I and my lawyers heard that we had been removed, but I'm very thankful for it. Had I heard from anyone else about the status of my land, I had not. And we had no way of knowing whether this information is correct even to this day. But if true, I continue to have concerns about how the pipeline and the proposed gas plant will affect my family, which is my property's in a descendants trust, and my Hampton County community, my neighbors along Grace Highway, as well as the national environment. From where I stand, the power plant and the pipeline are one and the same. The Elba Express pipeline exists for only one reason: to supply gas to this plant. Without it, without the plant, there is no pipeline. Without the pipeline, there is no plant. You can't responsibly review one without considering the damage caused by the other. Together, they create a long corridor of risk that stretches across multiple counties, cutting through thousands of acres of private land and wetlands, 4 rivers, and working farms that families have depended on for many generations. People who look at this on paper might just see a dot on the map there in Colleton County. What I see is much bigger than that. I see Hampton County being cut in half. I see wetlands and rivers like the Big and Little Salkehatchie, which are actually the Combahee River, which is actually part of the Ace Basin. I see those rivers, the Big and Little Salkehatchie, being disturbed, as well as the one that's next to my property, the Coosahatchee River. I'm at the riverine area there. This is all tied into this fragile system that we call the Ace Basin, and eventually it goes into the Carolina Bight, which is Coosaw Sound and Port Royal Sound and other coastal areas around Beaufort and Hilton Head. I know these areas because I've lived in these areas all my 77 years. I also see unanswered questions about who will ultimately use the power from this plant and what additional strain, like water-intensive data centers, that could put on the aquifers that already are under stress. Our farmers are very concerned about this. They use water from that aquifer for their life work. When I walk my land or on my neighbor's land, I don't see a hypothetical route. I see the exact fields and the woods and the swamps and streams that would be cleared, trenched, and permanently burdened so gas can be moved to a plant that we never asked for. That pipeline would mean what I consider wide clear cuts, blasting or digging near waterways, and permanent easements that limit how landowners can use their property. For those of us here, our land isn't just property. It's our savings, and it's our retirement. And it's what we hope to pass on to our children. This is what you're talking about here today. A high-pressure gas line changes the value of our land forever. I'm also deeply concerned about public health, my health, my family's health. Gas plants release fine particulate pollution that you can't see, but that we know causes real harm. And there are many of us who've been breathing the Kennedy's coal air for a long time too, and we don't know what it's caused to our lungs. But we've already had it. Now we're asked to have more. Those impacts don't stop at county lines. Hampton County residents breathe the same regional air and rely on the same limited health care systems as all of our neighbors. Water is another serious concern. The Ace Basin and the rivers and wetlands connected to it, they don't exist in isolation. What happens upstream or along a pipeline corridor affects downstream communities. Pipeline construction has a long history of sediment runoff, erosion, and spills that damage drinking water and habitats. When that happens, it's not the utilities that live with the consequences. It's the people who already call these places their homes. I've also filed official government records because history matters. Dominion Energy and Santee Cooper talk about being careful stewards, but their track records tell a different story. One marked by fines, polluted rivers, coal ash contamination, and cleanups that only happen after regulators or courts step in. When you're asking landowners to accept permanent infrastructure on trust, that history is impossible to ignore. At the end of the day, this comes down to fairness. Hampton County is being asked to take on all the risk, the land loss, the pollution, the long-term uncertainty, while the benefits go somewhere else. I'm not against planning for energy needs or grid reliability. I'm against concentrating environmental and property burdens on rural communities with less political power and calling that, quote, the public interest. So the questions before you are simple but important. How will this project harm our environment? Who pays the price? And who gets to decide? For those whose land lies directly in the path of this plant and this pipeline, the answer is already clear. We pay in the air we breathe, the water we depend on, and the erosion of property rights, the erosion of our property rights that were once taken for granted. I think all of you can relate to this. That's the conclusion of my summary. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Burbidge. Chair Powers, the witness is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
All right. We're going to allow the proffered stricken and stricken exhibits, going to mark as Exhibit 17. It's not entered, but marked.
Understood.
And the supplemental exhibits A through G would be Exhibit 18.
Yes, but we had withdrawn the Exhibit A, and that group of exhibits.
It'd be B through G then.
Yes, sir. B through G remains.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions from Dominion?
No, sir. No questions.
Any questions, Santee Cooper?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any questions from SACE CCL,
No questions, Chair Powers.
Sierra Club,
No questions. Thank you.
Carolina Gas Transmission,
None, Mr. Chairman.
Nucor Steel Berkeley?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Santee Cooper Industrial Customer Group.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions.
Commissioner questions. Commissioner Brett.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
which one? Is that so? Okay,
All right.
let the Vice
Well,
Chairman go.
Mr. Vice Chair, you go first, and then Commissioner Brett.
Good evening, Mr. Burbidge. First of all, thank you for pointing out to us that you have a taskmaster that you have to answer to. Would not want you to have problems once you leave here.
Thank you, thank you.
I appreciate the passion with your summary and just your overall intervention in this case. I'm curious to know if you feel as if your intervention and your advocacy for your position has provided some level of benefit, considering that you found out that the new proposed route for this pipeline is no longer crossing your property.
Well, part of my answer is obvious. Of course I'm happy that it's not coming through my front gate, through my avenue of oaks, past my front door, through 30 acres of longleaf pine, 65 acres of wetlands, Coosawhatchee River wetlands to the other side. I'm very happy about that. But I'm not happy about having a pipeline through the middle of Hampton County that I've heard is a big one, 30 inches, maybe more, and that it's only going to be 3 or 4 feet under the ground. And I'm not happy with the thought that it's going to be there when we're out burning off our property and there might be a leak in the thing and we have explosions and whatever else. This does happen. You can ask I'm sure if you ask the others here who know better than I, they'll agree with that, or at least most of it. But more than anything, I'm not happy with the idea that we're going to have this gas plant at Kennedy's. This gas plant that is going to inspire more data centers right through the middle of Hampton County. Now, I invite you all to go online and find some reliable sources in there, and there are plenty of them, if you know what you're talking about, and I know you people do. Look up Northern Virginia data centers. Look up the data center alley that they have up there. And when I say they, I'm talking about Dominion Energy. You look up the problems that they've had up there. And look at the photos of these data centers that don't hire but just a few people. They're not big industries. They're big buildings that make a lot of noise, that require a lot of water to cool these computer chips. They make life miserable for people who live in the country up there. Go online or go anywhere responsible and look, and you'll see it. It's terrible. So that's what I'm really upset about more than anything else.
I understand, and I appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you, sir.
With us. You talked about the lack of political power in, I imagine you're referencing Hampton County, and maybe a larger bearing of the burden of what you may consider negative externalities resulting from the construction of, if this facility is approved, the construction and operation of the gas plant. Do you not see any benefit at all with the facility being constructed and operated and operational if the application is approved for Hampton County and other local residents?
That's an excellent question, and I want to preface my answer with one thing. our state representative is Bill Hager. Guess what Bill Hager did before he became a state representative? He's a retired engineer for Dominion Energy. That's who represents me. Now, I've met him before, and we've had a pleasant conversation. I don't have anything against him personally, but that's who represents me. The next part of the question that I'd like to answer is, you know, if Kennedy's is going to be a plant site again, then make it a plant site that's not so dangerous. I mean, you know, we've heard a lot in the past 16 hours in this room about solar energy and batteries and 60,000 acres and 30,000 acres or whatever. You know, if we were smart here in South Carolina, I think we are. I'm certainly in a room full of smart South Carolinians. I'm looking at them. If we were smart, we would be thinking in terms of putting more solar batteries into a plant like that, whatever it requires. That's what we'd be doing. Now, I don't know how many acres it requires to do this, but I do know we could cover a lot of parking lots with solar panels and have a lot of businesses very happy to get some help covering their parking lots. We could put solar panels on all kinds of buildings all over the place. I don't know how many acres that would require, would use, but you know, we need to be thinking in these terms because this is what's coming. Solar energy is the most effective energy source, the cheapest energy source, the easiest energy source that we could ever come up with. Everybody knows this. If you haven't, you've been asleep for the last 50 years. Solar energy is the way to go. Not solely solar energy, but it is so important to us to have that. So if the Kennedy's plant can be retrofitted to be something that could collect solar energy and distribute it down the lines, I think it'd be terrific. I'm sure we'd all agree if it's possible, that would be a good thing. We could supplement, you know, that site with other energy sources. We're not talking about solar energy by itself. We're talking about a variety of ones. We've heard about them today. I heard Mr. Kassam say that he's increased his solar production, I don't know how many fold, and that he's thrilled with it. You know, that's Dominion Energy talking. They're happy with the solar that they've added to it. It's paid off. It's cheaper, far cheaper than gas. It's safer. It's logical. It's all of those things. We can do this. And if you've got at least $5 billion of ratepayers' money, of my money, that you're going to spend on a gas plant, which has all those drawbacks that I mentioned earlier, why would you spend that much money when you could take a portion of that and come up with a real modern, a real effective system of providing energy to our state, which is, I'm told, the fastest growing state in the nation. Sorry it took so long. I know everybody's in a hurry to leave.
No, I'm not. But I will say, I appreciate your testimony. I agree with you. Representative Hager is a fine man, and there's been a lot of testimony about the General Assembly, and I would just say, I'm sure you know this, at this point, it's up to the commission to hear all the facts and evidence and to make a decision. The General Assembly passed Act 41, and they delegated their duty to us to make a decision here. So I would say that I'm encouraged by a citizen like you hiring a fine lawyer like Mr. Cook and the Weiss firm to come before the commission to make your voice heard. So hopefully you feel like through this process you do have a voice and you have just as much political power as anyone else that's a part of this process. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, and I'll tell my neighbors that, and they'll appreciate it. There's 30 or 40 of them that have been encouraging me to do this, so I'm happy to pass that on.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Commissioner Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Burbidge, thank you for
Yes,
sticking
sir.
through 2 days of this. And when you look up here at the bench, there are a lot of us that have bosses too that we're responsible. So don't feel like the Lone Ranger.
Thank you.
But I appreciate your passion in your testimony. And as I look down this bench, you know, a lot of people that come in this room and or watch on WebEx or whatever they're watching live streaming, sometimes they don't understand that the 6 of us that are up on the bench right now that you're looking at, we all come from rural counties. Clarendon County, Dillon County, Chester County, Marlborough County, Fairfield County, and I think it's Aiken County, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And we all grew up, you know, in the country, hunting, fishing, just like Mr. Kassam testified yesterday. And it means a lot to us, whether it's the PD River, the Black River in Florence, you know, swimming and playing in it, fishing in it. We care about it, just like all the interveners that I talked about yesterday, the passion that they brought to the table. And the 2 companies, you've heard 2 days of testimony that nobody wants to hurt the environment, whether it's the air, the water, and we're going extreme measures to make sure it doesn't get harmed. But when I was listening to your testimony, I heard a concern that was coming out of your voice about data centers, that you really seem to be focused and kind of angling that this project is being built to serve the data centers. You got 2 presidents of 2 companies sitting right behind you that have made it very, very public in this room. I think it was yesterday. One of them doesn't even like data centers. And we have 2 senators that have bills in the Senate, it's going to go before the legislature, that put serious restrictions on data centers and will limit and put powers that aren't just rested with the counties. And a lot of these counties may not have the wherewithal to ask the right questions and do the right exams. So they are working hard to protect the citizens of South Carolina, as well as the citizens in Colleton County and Hampton County and Berkeley County, Dorchester, whether it's Marlborough County, again, the counties that we lived in. So have some faith that those 2 senators work their magic, and there will be bills that will support it. Again, I don't think there's a person in this room, and it's probably an elective office, that doesn't want to get a handle on this and make South Carolina continue to be the great state we are, where everybody wants to be. Whether you're a resident or a business wanting to come here, we want to protect this not only for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and their grandchildren and right on down the line, because South Carolina is something special. I said it again yesterday. We're a handshake state, and we believe in partnering with those people who live here as well as work here. So again, thank you for coming, and be really, really careful driving home tonight.
I will,
because I don't want to face your wife tomorrow.
One more question is what's planned below Walterboro right now? They've had public hearings on a large tract of land that it's my understanding it's going to be a data center. Is that correct?
We can't answer questions.
Can't answer that. Okay. It's my understanding that that's supposed to be a data center, so that's why I'm so concerned about that sort of thing.
And I hear it.
You don't need to respond to that. That's just my point of view. Thank you. Thank you again very much.
Mr. Burbidge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to reiterate some of what the vice chair said, and that I've made that drive at night that you have.
Yeah.
It's tough. And I want to also say, be very careful. And I think you understand that, we're constrained by what the law says.
I understand.
And
completely.
What these folks say, the testimony presented, including yours. And you've been here 2 days, and I applaud that, so thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to everyone else who's been here. This has been not a pleasure, but it's been very enlightening.
No more questions.
Mr. Burbidge, just one thing, and as much curiosity, I'm very familiar with the area. Even though I did grow up in Marlboro County, I have a house down in Beaufort County. Where exactly is your farm located?
Our farm, which is a Descendants Trust property, is on US 278, which is also known as Gray's Highway, and it's closer to Varnville than it is to Ridgeland, and it's on the Coosawhatchee River. And if you're familiar with those streets, it's after you turn, if you're going from Hampton to my place, you would turn right at Almeda, where the Murdaghs lived, and you go a couple of miles down towards Ridgeland, and it's on the left. Just past the old store where they used to have a monkey.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And that monkey would bite you if you weren't careful.
I've had a lot of things happen to me, but I've never been bitten by a monkey. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
And obviously no redirect. All right. Okay. I think we've gone about as far as we can go on the gas we got in us. Your other witness, Ms. Stanfield, will be available in the morning.
Your Honor, subject to, she has a boss too who's on the opposite age spectrum. She's got a 5-year-old. She's been listening by WebEx this afternoon, and I think we'll have her tomorrow. If not, we will talk with the applicant.
Okay. And if she wanted to do verified written testimony, that's something we can talk about tomorrow. All right. Well, I hate to push it, but we really need to start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Be careful leaving and have a safe evening.
Mr. Chairman, just
Mr. Cooper,
if I could, for Santee Cooper, because of the distance, Santee Cooper will have all of its witnesses either here or available virtually. There may be some who have to be available virtually tomorrow. So with that condition or caveat, we ask that our witnesses be excused, but we will make anybody available.
I understand. Mr. Sam, you'll be back tomorrow, won't you? Okay. I've been sitting here wondering who's running the farm right now. But, all right, everyone have a good evening. We're in recess till 9 o'clock.